Good morning, welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series on this Monday morning. We're into the second half of Series 9 now, and on Saturday night it was a Castleford Tiger who took the throne.
The sky so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one, get a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me where did we go so wrong?
So Tom Sykes through to a third Champions Week of 2024, and the man who's runner-up in Series 6 is looking to go one better at the end of the calendar year. Watching all the action this week, though, in Week 7 is primetime Matthew Egg. But before we go there, let's talk about Tom and talk about last week. And I was saying to Keegan Brown in the studio on Saturday, when we look at players that are prime contenders to win a series, win the big jackpot, Tom Sykes is becoming that now. This is a qualifying week, not just another appearance for him anymore.
And he's a player that's really becoming a victim of the product, so to speak, or not a success of the product rather than a victim, should I say. And when we look at players like we've got here, John Henderson this week, Robert Thornton, we bring them here and we look at what they've achieved elsewhere. And that's sort of their big selling factor. Not so much with Tom Sykes. Tom Sykes doesn't have that CV, doesn't have that sort of experience out there in the PDC or on the World Championship stage. His experience is coming here and he's doing really, really well with it. He's becoming someone now who at the start of the week we look at and go, he's a favourite. He's someone who people are starting to fear playing, and he's also building a reputation now outside of here. I've been on the various tours this year. I've been out there having a look, and he's a name that I'm talked about quite regular. People ask me what I think about Tom Sykes. People talking about Tom Sykes and how far we think he'll go, and that's due to the success he's having here, and he's finding lots of success.
Well, these are the players that Tom Sykes is going to join at Champions Week. And in matter of fact, 4 of the 6 players in this field have played at a Champions Week in 2024. Only Andy Hamilton and Kai Gottard hasn't. Already, there's strength in depth. And another thing that we're learning very quickly as well is there are horses for courses in this format when you look at the amount of players that are making repeat trips to Champions Week.
I think that also comes down to what I just said, fear factor. It does make a difference. When you've got a little bit of reputation, when you go in against somebody who's won there before, and this is becoming a product that is talked about so much. A lot of people are watching it. Certainly people that play in this are watching this. I can guarantee now there'll be people coming in at the back end of this week that are going to be watching today. There's going to be people that are playing later on in the series that are watching. People have already played. It's becoming something that has got a lot of eyes on this now, and with that just becomes that little bit fair. And I think Tom Sykes is building that, and as we're seeing with players that have won this, going on to other successes. Kai Gottard, great case.
So, Jamie, Aidan, et al., good morning. You're going to be in action this week. These are the players that are going to be participating in Week 7. And what a Group A we've got here, Matt. John Henderson, fresh off the back of a match play title in the World Scenes. Robert Thornton won his first week here in double trouble. Crabtree, of course, came in a dart of winning the title back in May. And Danny Jansen, who had a very good start to 2024, still in a provisional World Championship spot, but hasn't quite worked out for him towards the back of the end. Caron, the Benelux Open champion. That's a stacked card in this Group A.
And that's without even mentioning Kevin Mills as well, our ADC qualifier, who can play. He's been playing on the Challenge Tour. He's got some big wins, which we'll go into as the afternoon and the morning progress. But you look at that and you'll pick out those names that are easy to pick out, the players with the CVs, the major titles, John Henderson, Robert Thornton. But then you look at Crabtree, who a lot of people probably have as favourite. The players you're not familiar with, Jerome Caron and Kevin Mills, these guys can play. This is a very, very good Group A, and you're going to get surprises. You're going to get shocks. I've had a little look at the odds this morning and seen what the odds compilers think of our two outsiders, and I'll tell you what, they're going to cause shocks.
Before we show that graphic of the odds for the week, who would you have as the favourite when you consider the players that are in action?
I would go probably a two-way split on Henderson and Crabtree.
Well, just like this is how the bookies see it. Henderson and Crabtree, the two bookmakers' favourites, 3-1 and 15-4 respectively. Is there anybody in that field, when you consider how stacked it is, that could represent a little bit of value?
I think Martin Thomas is an interesting one. Jamie Atkins, 16-1. I think Kevin Mills and Jerome Caron are going to burn fingers today, and maybe not just today, but tomorrow and Wednesday as well, because the odds compilers have got them wrong. They are better players than the odds suggest they are, and they're going to cause some shocks today. I think this week is a week where there's going to be a good week for the bookies, shall we say, because there's going to be surprises. According to the odds. For me, it's not a surprise. We're going to see some big games turned over.
Well, it is 18 plus. It's gambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series this morning and throughout the duration of the week. So, to our first game of the session, and it sees John Henderson in action, the reigning World Seniors Match Play champion. He picked that title up at the York Barbican a couple of weeks ago. His first assignment of the day is Robert Thornton, the twice World Seniors champion. In fact, the only two players to have picked up that particular title at the Circus Tavern go toe-to-toe here. Fresh off the back of victory at the Barbican, I caught up with John Henderson early on this morning. John, great to see you again here at the Super Series. First things first, many congratulations on your match play winner a couple of weeks ago. Just sum up that weekend in York for us.
It was good. It was a really good competitive weekend. I played some good darts. There was some ugly stuff in between, but no, from start to finish, I felt as though I felt comfortable. Obviously, I was preparing myself for playing the great man himself, Phil, but obviously circumstances he had to pull out and had to play Tony. But no, it was a great competition, great to get over the line, and another great title.
Must be no better feeling than picking up titles on a consistent basis like you are right now.
Oh, 100%. And even though they're seniors titles, they mean so much to me. Again, I think the standard of the seniors is getting better and better, and hopefully it continues, and hopefully I can continue that at the Masters next month.
It was another good weekend as well at Reading for yourself. Had that average of 110, picked up another title as well. Things, in terms of your game, are in a really good place at the minute, aren't they?
I'm playing well. I think because I'm playing regular. I'm playing a lot of darts at the moment. Obviously, I'm Challenge Tour, Pro Tour, Seniors Tour, Modus, Super Series, some and exhibitions as well. So I'm regular playing, which helps my game. I need to be kept going. So that is helping me a lot. And I can see the results now, so hope it all continues.
Do you feel like you've got the best of all worlds at the minute?
I do. When I lost my card, I felt as though, where's my darts going to go? What am I going to be doing? But I'm busier than ever now. Obviously, if you have a good weekend in the Challenge Tour, you can get into the Pro Tours if people drop out. So I have got the best of both worlds. And I'm loving the seniors. I'm loving the challenge, playing them. I'm in a good place at the moment with the darts, so let's hopefully I can continue that.
And you were doing a load of different things. You played in that Influence event, didn't you, a couple of months ago? How was that? Because that's something a little bit different for yourself.
It was a more relaxing day, and obviously getting to meet these young lads, especially Angry Jen. What a character. Absolutely great afternoon, and some of them can actually play that. So, but no, it wasn't a case of, oh yes, we wanted to win. Obviously, we tried, but it was a fun, relaxed afternoon for me, and I really enjoyed it, and it showed on the day, I think.
I wish you all the very best over the course this week. John, good luck.
Tom, honey, cheers, Bill.
John Henderson, a man playing with a smile on his face and a man picking trophies up like he never has done before. 2 big televised titles in 2024. The Highlander is rocking and a-rolling in the World Seniors. But the Super Series hasn't quite been the happy hunting ground that he would have wanted it to have been. He won on his first appearance here. That was all the way back in Series 2, Week 12. He's had a couple of other final defeats, but the 51-year-old from Huntly is looking to pick up a second weekly title. As for Robert Thornton, the 57-year-old from Saltcoats in Scotland, twice a runner-up in a week, 6 times a semi-finalist in a week, but he did pick up the Double Trouble Special title in September. He got the better of Ted Evans in the final. These two actually went toe-to-toe over the course of that week. Jack Garwood, fresh off a weekend in Reading,
First leg,
tournament
it's John to
directing
throw
the
first.
World Seniors qualifiers for the
Game
Masters.
on.
We'll call John Henderson to the hockey to throw the first start of week 7, a week which is going to be watched in the company of Matthew Edgar. Hi, Matt.
Good morning. Yep, really looking forward to this one. A really good way to start the
123.
week, isn't it? Starting with a big heavyweight clash here between Robert Thornton and John Henderson, two players that, as you mentioned, dominating the seniors tour.
121.
But for me, when I was digging into the two players this morning, it reminded me of one of my favourite World Cup moments. Remember the
57.
COVID World Cup back in 2020? John Henderson and Robert Thornton partnering. And John Henderson decided to give
95.
Robert Thornton a bit of a smack around the head.
Some way to G up your teammate before they go into action.
99.
You mentioned these two, the only two players who picked up the World Seniors Championship. Thornton winning that particular title in 2022 and 2023, beating
81.
Martin Adams and Richie Howson in respective finals, whilst John Henderson picked the title up at the Tavern in February when he got the better of Colin McGarry in the finale in Purfleet. Backed that up by winning the match play, which is exactly what
94.
Robert Thornton did a couple of years ago. And it is the Highlander who has got off to the better start of the two in this contest, leaving himself on 1-8 after 12.
96. John, you require... Check 56. John, you require 128.
May just be a dart at the ball here for Hendo, as he just double checks what he's left on. 1-8 for the first leg.
Double 10.
118.
It is one of those awkward
Robert, you
shots.
require
1-8, you get the treble,
148.
and there's no real benefit. You still need one with a second up. Thornton needed one with the second up there, unable to find, and John Henderson
128.
will return,
John, you
3 darts in
require
hand
10.
to get the opening leg of the week.
2 5s.
Get
Sees
John of
Hendo one
first
up.
leg. John
One up,
Henderson.
one in, and Henderson's in the lead.
Second leg, it's
Perhaps
Robert to throw
unsurprisingly
first.
considering the
Game on.
form, shall I say, John has been in recent times. He goes off the 3-to-1 favourite to win the week. He also goes off the favourite to win the group. He's 13-8 with the odds compilers. Robert Thornton is quoted at 4-1 with the bookies to go on and
81.
win this Group A. And it does feel like with Robert, these Group A's can be a little bit all or nothing. He can either go on and win a group, or he can sometimes find
85.
himself languished in a Group C.
I think they've gone right here in going with Henderson. Henderson alluding to it in his interview at the start of the day there about
58.
how much darts he's getting to play at the moment. And it does make a big difference when you're playing regular, because it all just blurs together. When you're sort of
81.
not playing as much, you sort of find certain games mean more or feel like they mean more, where he's just playing a continuum of darts at the moment, John Henderson.
85.
We know what he wants to do. We know he's happy with the titles he's picking up and what he's doing, but his ambition is to be a tour card holder again.
140.
And you feel with the darts that he's producing at the moment, this is the time to start producing what he is. Because Q School is now on the horizon.
99.
We're very nearly in
Robert, you
November.
require 149.
So we are literally just a matter of weeks away from players having the opportunity to get that 2-year tour card.
59.
And on top of that, when you look at the way the Challenge Tour is working this year, and with Scott and Brazier in with possible shouts of getting in the top 64, they're the top 2 players in the
94.
Challenge Tour
Robert, you
order of
require
merit.
90.
Opportunity knock to players like John if they have a good end to the year of possibly getting a tour card there. Thornton looking at double 15 to level up at 1 apiece,
75.
and able to
John,
take
you
on this
require
occasion. And so
84.
Henderson looking at 84 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead. And a dart at the bullseye is all he's going to get.
45. Robert, you require 15.
But he needs a bit more.
Game shot on his second leg. Robert Thornton.
No problems there for Thornton at the back end of the leg, 1 apiece. But yeah, Henderson
Third leg.
covered
It's
it
John to throw
perfectly, didn't
first.
he, at the start of the day
Game
there,
on.
where he says all you need on that challenge tour is one good weekend. And that's sort of the mentality that
141.
you have all the way through when you're playing on the tour as well, even on the Pro Tour. You just think one good week, one good weekend,
45.
one good visit to a place like a Wigan and a Leicester, and it changes everything, changes your year, changes your life for some people.
97.
And I wonder as well, we'll talk a bit more about it when they go head to head, but John Henderson's in a week with Danny Jansen, and they look like they're going to be fighting for a
140.
World Championship spot off the Challenge Tournament, and possibly, depending on what Scott and Brazil do, a tour card as a consequence. Now, we saw Noah Lynn Van Leuven and Fallon Sherritt play in a
140.
week alongside one another not too long ago. Noah Lynn got the better of Fallon that week, and subsequently has qualified for the Grand Slam
21.
and the World
Johnny
Championships. And I just wonder whether
123.
this week can have a bit more of an effect going into those events at the back end of the year, because they're going to have to play each other a fair bit.
$61.
I guess it depends who you ask. I'm sure whoever comes out of the week on the bottom end of that will say it has no bearing whatsoever.
100. Johnny requires
They
62.
try and dismiss the negativity.
Double four. Had the perfect
Game shot on the
guide
third
and used
leg,
it
John
well.
Henderson.
15 data for John Henderson to move 2-1 in front. Both players pretty much playing to their
Fourth leg,
annual
it's
numbers
Roberts to
so
throw
far.
first.
Henderson's average has
Game
dropped
on.
below the 88 mark, but for the last 12 months, Henderson has averaged 89.9 and is doubling
60.
close to a world-class level, 38% in recorded matches. Whereas for Robert Thornton, for the past 12 months, 82.72 his annual average,
123.
32% when it comes to the doubling. That's a mixture of events that they would have played in the PDC, so Challenge Tour for Henderson, Pro Tour call-ups,
60.
as well as events that have taken place in the World Seniors.
Very golden nowadays, isn't he, John Henderson? You see there, as we
108.
get a close-up of the darts, the
80.
gold tint on the darts, the golden flights, the gold on the shoes.
140.
He's actually got a gold-trimmed shirt as well now, hasn't he?
I suppose when you win a world title, you're allowed to glisten in gold, and that's exactly what John Henderson did as he ascended to the
58.
summit at the Circus Tavern of the World Seniors. And he's threatening the break of throw here of Thornton, who needs a big turn just to keep the Highlander at bay. And a maximum
108.
shifts the leg back in his favour and
80.
forces
Johnny
this
require
140 to go,
140.
of which it won't.
Doesn't shave too much off the score either. Big maximum turn in this leg in the favour of Robert Thornton.
43. Johnny requires
First cry of O
96.
Robert for the week. You may be thinking, oh no, if Henderson can pin 99,
87.
he fluffs
Robert,
his
you
lines,
require
and so
18.
Thornton will return to square this contest up. Straight at it. And eventually
Game shot
in,
on the
and a level
fourth
match we
leg,
have,
Robert
2-2.
Thornton. Fifth leg,
Everything
it's
going
John to
with
throw
throw
first.
as well.
Game on.
The battle of the two Scotsmen. Remember the song
137.
Jamie Harvey used to walk onto about one taking the high road and one taking the low road? I think that feels very appropriate right now for
81.
this game.
There's those beautiful gold darts of John Henderson.
80.
That's a Thornton. Not really too much tinkering. It's even if there's maybe been the odd change here and there, that
134.
setup has pretty much been as close to that throughout the duration of his career.
$25.
Well, the golden darts weren't working for John Henderson there, and an opportunity now for Robert Thornton. We haven't seen too much in way of opportunity of
96.
breaks to throw. John Henderson missing a couple of darts in the last leg, but Thornton making a bit of a charge here at a crucial point. Got to come downstairs.
99.
Leaves himself lots of work to do. A 140 now for Thornton, and things get interesting.
Remember, Henderson missed 2 darts to go 3-1 up in this
135.
contest.
John, you require
If he doesn't take this
106.
160 out, he could conceivably find himself 3-2 behind. And Thornton should get 2 darts
60.
to break
Robert,
the
you
throw of the
require
Highlander
55.
and then have the darts to win the match in the next. 2 at tops. 14
Game shot on the
darter,
fifth leg,
and
Robert
Thornton has
Thornton.
this game exactly where he wants it. He breaks the throw of the Highlander, leads 3-2, and has the darts to win this match.
Sixth flag. It's Robert to throw first.
The most
Game
important
on.
thing there for Robert Thornton is he's called upon his trusty friend of tops, and he's hit it first dart. Now that is a very, very important fact. When you've got
134.
something you rely on, something you trust so much, when you've got that secret weapon, which is not so much a secret anymore about Robert Thornton. We all know he loves
100.
tops. But when you've got that strong hitting in your toolbox, whenever you go to it and you get it first time, and you know you can trust, you
140.
know you can rely on it, that is a confidence builder, and I'm not surprised to see Robert Thornton kick off with a couple of big power scores.
And of course, a win here would put Robert
55.
Thornton top of the group. And a matter of fact,
95.
John Henderson has never beaten Robert Thornton here. They played at the Double Trouble event about a month and a half ago. They played 3 times over the course of the Group A, and Robert Thornton
Robert, you
won
require
all 3 meetings.
132.
And it could be 4 from 4 in this format. Thornton attacking the 1-3-2, going straight for it.
52.
Leaves himself on 80 after 12 to see this match through.
Well, it's a nice roundup, really, leaving 80, because it's going to leave him on his favourite tops and tens, where he'll be expected to get at least 1
134.
dart.
Robert, you
But
require
Henderson
80.
ready to strike should he miss. He's going to get 2.
And
Big
takes
shot.
it.
And the match.
And
Robert
seals a
Thornton.
4-2 success against John Henderson. It's a 4th consecutive win against the Highlander at the Super Series for Robert Thornton, whose week has got off to a good start. Good performance, good game to kickstart the week. Henderson had the opportunity to move 3-1 up. He missed darts at double 18 and double 9 to do so. Thornton swooped in and took every leg from that point onwards. An average of 89.07, 4 from 11 on the doubles. Thornton gets the better of Henderson by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Kevin Mills on debut up against the former grand finalist, Croydon's Caron Crabtree.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths! Come! Crabtree!
Double 18. It's absolutely wonderful. Oh, wow. And just when he needs something like that, he replicates what he did in his first.
Game shot on the man!
Shazam, he's here. Can Crabtree making his Series 9 appearance here at the Modus Super Series. He takes on the debutant Kevin Mills in our second match of the morning session. Before the break, we saw a high-quality opening salvo on this Monday morning. Thornton got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 2. For Crabtree, 21 years of age from Croydon, Series 7 runner-up, winner with 2 weeks here at the Live Lounge. Up against Kevin Mills, the 34-year-old for Gwent ADC Vault qualifier from Wales, making his debut in this competition. We've got two players on the opposite ends of the experience Richter scale going toe-to-toe here. Crabtree, who's playing in his 8th series. The only one he skipped and missed was the first one, and that was before he became the burning talent that he's become now. And very much a permanent fixture here at the Super Series against Kevin Mills, who'll be hoping that the future sees him have a similar tale of success.
60.
What do you make of this one, Matt? And what do you make of Cam's chances this week?
Do you know what? I was actually
44.
sat watching this. It felt quite wholesome because I was actually here when Cam Crabtree made his debut. I was on commentary that day
49.
and he averaged 115 on debut. And now we're about to see him go and we get a Cam Crabtree promo. Just sort of shows the development, does it,
41.
within his game over time. But he's taking on here a debutant. And he knows what it's like to play here on debut. He'll know all the feelings that Kevin Mills is having right now. And he won't want to offer too much encouragement too early. And shots like that are going to get Kevin Mills. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate.
120.
Just a little bit panicky. Because he'll know the standard here. He'll know that he's got a rough week when he looks around and he sees the reputation and the CV of all the players that are in there. Knows they're in form because he's been playing the Challenge Tour himself this year. So he knows what the results are like there. That's 2 already.
Can you require 87?
And it allows Crabtree 2 visits to take out the opening leg, of which he only needs 1 as he pins the double 8 on the back of the 87 combo to lead by a leg to 0. And Kevin Mills has been introduced very quickly into life at the Super Series.
First. Game on. 45.
Kevin Mills has got some interesting form, hasn't he? He's not quite done as well as he did last year when he took on the Challenge Tour, but there is some very interesting form with him in the fact of a couple of players he's just beaten. One, Jarno Bottenberg, the man who won the Dutch Open, one of the hardest open events to win on the darting calendar due to the sheer amount of entries. And he's also beaten Jimmy Van Ski, who is winning lots. So it does say lots. It'll be easier to say lots than to run through all the titles that Jimmy Van Ski has won recently because he is winning on a regular basis.
58.
He's winning here at the Super Series. He's winning out on the WDF. He's winning on the Challenge Tour. He's picking up Pro Tour wins. That is a win that really franks the form.
100. Cam, you require 164.
Crabtree here, 164 for a 2-0 lead. His average just under 105 at this present moment in time.
44.
He's got off at the beat of the bang, has Shazam.
108.
Kevin may just feel settled.
Cam,
There's
you
a
require
lot of firsts in
120.
this format which make you feel a lot better. Your first maximum and then your first leg. And he's got the opportunity to do just that if he could take out this 57 upon his return.
49.
A couple of
Kevin, you
moments
require
ago, you thought
57.
Crabtree was cruising to a 2-0 lead. Kevin Mills has different ideas.
Game shot on his second leg. Kevin Mills.
1 dart a double, 1 dart hit. And that's a warning to Crabtree and the rest of the room. Like we said at
Third
the
leg,
very
it's Cam to
start
throw
of
first.
today,
Game on.
before a dart was thrown, there are 2 outsiders according to the odds compilers. Jerome Caron, who's coming up in our
60.
next game, and Kevin Mills, who you're watching now. And I heeded the warning that these guys can play. These guys are going to burn some fingers today.
139.
I want to get your early thoughts of the setup, the throw, and just the all-round demeanour of Kevin Mills now we've seen him for a
100.
couple of legs.
Just a little turn, isn't there, at the wrist
55.
at that deep set position where the dart's just pointing away from the board. So there needs to be a lot of alteration.
58.
As the arm is extending, the wrist has to come through. You see it there, that deep set position.
55.
I also felt like this might have been a leg
99.
against the throw that's got away from him somewhat. Kicked off 139 after the drive visit at Crabtree and hasn't been able to make any inroads since. Up to that point anyway.
108.
Commentator's curse. Well and truly alive on this Monday morning.
Well, if you was interested in
85.
180s in this
Kevin,
game,
you
you're having a
require
great one. That's
72.
4 already. However, that wayward dart for Crabtree has moved him to a 3-dart combo, and that'll be encouraging for Kevin Mills.
48.
2 darts,
you
2
require
darts to
99.
break, 2 big opportunities. Will he get more? He will.
59. Kevin, you require 24.
Well, when Crabtree went out in 15 in the first leg, some may have argued there may well be a possession beginning to arise here. But Mills, free in hand for the break of throw and a
Next on
2-1
the
lead.
third leg,
And
Kevin
back-to-back 17 dart legs for the man from Gwent. Sees him 2-1 to the good and sees him
Fourth leg,
in
it's
control of
Kevin
the
to throw
match
first.
against a man
Game on.
who has played in the biggest game that this competition can provide.
That is the 3rd bounce out. I mean, that one was a bounce out. That was hitting the equipment and losing
80.
it. Where I've been a little bit dubious of the first couple. I've been just trying to watch, as you mentioned earlier, the equipment and the technique. There
60.
is that turn and rotation that it just promotes losing a few darts. And he's also, looks like he's using a silver point, which are just traditionally a little bit more smooth and
60.
just don't bite onto the sisal quite as much. We'll keep an eye on that as the week goes.
59.
We keep a tally of 180s of big finishes. We may need to keep a tally of bounce outs for Kevin Mills.
41.
Looking at the stats
59.
of both of these players over the course of the last 12 months, Mills was just a smidgen under 81 for his annual numbers, finishing at around about 29% for Crabtree.
59.
His numbers 88.21, 33% when it comes to the finishing. But it's very interesting. I was having a look at some stats and some
100.
data, and those numbers tend to be the mean around. A lot of games around that mark. Yes, he has that 8 game, but he hasn't really
140.
been able, over the last 6 months at least, be able to really show that on a more consistent basis.
If you look purely at those
59.
numbers and the
Kevin, you
CVs of
require
the players, you'd think it was an easy win
121.
for Crabtree. But you've got to look for those clues, haven't you? You've got to look for those little nuggets of information, like we said, the
81. Can you
Jarno
require
Bottenberg win, the Jimmy Van
164?
Ski win, shows that Kevin Mills has got a game in him, and he may
58.
be about
Kevin, you require
to go
40.
3-1 up, put himself a leg away from a debut win.
No score. Can you
Opportunities
require
missed, and Crabtree
106?
has a chance to get himself back level and back on throw in this match. He's going to get a dart at double 18 to salvage the leg.
70.
It clips the wire.
Kevin, you
There was
require
almost a look
40.
of resignation in the face of Kevin Mills, almost acceptance of his fate. But he comes back for 3 more in his hand and takes it second
Game shot
dart.
on
The
the
double
fourth
10
leg,
is
Kevin
in,
Mills.
and Mills moves 3-1 to the good.
5th leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
A shake of the head there from Kevin Mills. Probably feels there was more drama there than it needed to
85.
be. The most important thing is he's a leg away. For Crabtree, he will be encouraged by the situation and how the game has broken down, because he only
55.
needs to break Kevin Mills once. And we did see there, those first couple of darts at tops, they was wayward. There was a lot of air on them,
43.
suggesting maybe just a bit of hope, a bit of nerves at the situation. So something we may see when it comes to a match winning
140.
opportunity.
But he's very much hanging himself in there.
58.
18-1 Kevin was before a dart was thrown this morning to go on and win this Group A. 25-1 to go on to win the week up against Crabtree, who was quoted
86.
as second favourite, not just for this group, but to take the week outright. And Mills could well spring a surprise, our first shock of the week in just our
99.
second match of the week, because he has 6 darts here from 220 to see out the former finalist in this competition.
$60. $59. Kevin, you require 160.
For the match, and to seal what would be a big debut win for Kevin Mills.
121. Can you
Crabtree
require
needs this.
157?
And he's not going to get it. And remember how good Cam Crabtree had a debut performance, how that caught the eye. Well, this could well be a debut that catches the eye of Kevin Mills.
99.
39 points
Kevin, you
away from
require
a 4-1
39.
win against the former finalist. It's double
shot on the
16.
match,
It's a
Kevin
4-1
Mills.
win for Kevin Mills. Cam Crabtree looks stunned. He's been shocked by the debutant for Gwented Wales. Kevin Mills has announced his arrival on the Super Series stage. A 4-1 success against Cam Crabtree. An average just under 84 from 11 on his doubles. Mills a 4-1 victor. Coming up after the break is a battle between the 2 ADC European players this week. Danny Jansen, 4th in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit in 2024, up against Jeroen Caron, the Benelux Open champion.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Adrian, Jackal, Dazzler, Bobby George.
Game, shot, and...
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Mills got the better of Crabtree by 4 legs to 1. Both games so far today going against the foe. That might be good news for Caron, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, taking on Danny Jansen, who's also making his second bow here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Jansen, the last time he was here, he made it through to the Saturday night final. The 22-year-old from Thornton in the Netherlands had a very good start to 2024 after losing his tour card at the back end of 2023. Caron, the 37-year-old from Langemark in the Netherlands, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, picked up the Benelux Trophy in 2024, beat a player that we saw here not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, Nick Crowell, by 5 legs to 2 in that particular final. And there has been signs, and he played at the World Masters a few weeks ago, a tournament that you were at, Matt, and okay, he didn't go as deep or as far as he would have wanted to, but there was enough signs in terms of the performances that he put on, or he provided in that competition, which will fill him with plenty of confidence coming into this week's action.
Yeah, I think he performed well when he was here last time as well, and he's certainly grown into it, and he had some good wins, and the one against Darryl Pilgrim really stood out for me as a good result. I think he's going to grow this week. 100. I think we're going to see better from him, and again, I think the odds compilers, as I warned at the start, and as we've seen already with that 4-1 success of Kevin Mills over Cam Crabtree, I think they have underestimated the more unknown pair here of Caron and Mills, and I think they're going to cause a couple of issues. But just out of interest, Henry, I know you're a guy that does really extensive research and asks a lot of questions and does a lot of digging into stats and data. Do you have any idea why Danny Jansen's nickname is the Mullet?
I think it's something to do with the hair. Je suis le mullet. J'adore le mullet. Beautiful from the mullet as he leaves 90 after 12. Well, Jansen leaving 90 after 12 to take out the opening leg, because Cameron's left himself for the finish. He's forced to have a poke at the ball if he finds a single here. Middle of the diddle. Does not solve the riddle for Jansen.
You require 161.
161 for Caron. Is it going to go on this particular occasion? And so Jansen returns to 25 to 41. Take out the opening leg.
25.
1 for double 12.
Game shot
It's his wheelhouse, is his range. And the range finder for the Dutchman as he moves 1-0 to the goods.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
As far as Belgium darts goes, very, very big hotbed of darts. I've spent a lot of time in Belgium over the last sort of 12, 18 months. And everywhere you go, dart shops absolutely rammed from opening to close. Tournaments with thousands of entries, hundreds of people playing local events. It is a real developing territory. And they've got a lot to cheer on as well, haven't they? Dimitri Vandenberg now moving back into the world's top 10. Kim Huybrechts reaching a European Tour final and pretty much guaranteeing his place in the World Championship as he moves back towards the top 32. But the big story,
57.
another major champion now from Belgium, Mike de Decker, picking up the World Grand Prix, moving himself to the world number 25. And this is great to see, because what you tend to find a lot of the time is
100.
when you've got developing nations, they need someone to get behind. We saw it with Germany, didn't we, with Max Hopp, and him sort of being the shining light of that sort of
58.
surgence. Belgium have got 3 players leading the way, and we've got more developing talents. One that you're watching right now.
Have to ask you about Mike de Decker, because I read something on your social media feed.
140.
Where do you stand on him in the Premier League? Because you've had players in the past win a UK Open, win a European Championship, but the World Grand Prix is one of the biggest tournaments on the
45.
calendar.
Dream, you require 120.
I have an interesting theory on that, so stay tuned. We'll let you know what that is, because I've got a feeling something was going to happen there, and it has.
80.
Caron has missed the big number, not getting a dart at the double. But it doesn't matter, because Jansen a long way back, but now it matters.
135.
Jansen on a finish.
Dream, you require 40.
Square up.
Game shot
Nicely
on the
done.
second
Into the
leg.
corner.
Drew
Caron levels up, 1-1.
So de Decker, Premier League.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first.
If you
Game
are
on.
watching along, do let us know your theory. Do you think de Decker is in the Premier League, yes or no?
100.
I will give you food for thought. There has never been a winner of a Sky broadcasted TV title that has not
135.
played the Premier League. Now, there has been. Gerwin Price won one and then had to pull out due to COVID. Phil Taylor won the World
57.
Match Play and then chose not to take the invitation because he retired. So there have been cases, but not where they haven't been invited. We have had major champions miss out. Ross Smith won the European Championship. Andrew Gilding won the UK Open. Danny Notter. Paul Nicholson.
140.
But they wasn't Sky broadcasted events. And I think that's an interesting factor.
108.
I think naturally as well, because of the history of a tournament like the World Grand Prix, one of the longest serving majors in the sport, that'll add a bit more credit to the bank for de Decker. It's going to be a very interesting debate. And to be fair, he could knock it
79.
completely out the water if he has a good back end of the
164.
year in the other majors.
And who knows what's going to happen? We've got so many more majors to go before the Grand Prix.
83.
No one would have put Mike de
Junior
Decker in the
require
conversation. So we could
147.
be talking about someone completely different in a week's time or 2 weeks' time.
Oh, Caron is going to get the 147 break.
115.
Jansen back for 81.
Danny,
But he's going to have to take it out
81.
because Caron has left himself on double 16. Double 18. Now for double 9.
Game
And it
shot on the
goes.
third
Jansen
leg.
moves
Danny
2-1 to
Jansen.
the good. Interesting on the 25 breakdown, he went 1 for double 12. And then
Fourth
on the
leg, it's
81
Jeroen to throw
breakdown
first.
there, he went treble
Game
15
on.
for double 18.
Just to put the exclamation mark on that conversation. If we
81.
don't see Mike de Decker in the Premier League, I think it's certain we see him on the World Series Tour.
Pretty much guaranteed the Dutch leg, isn't
83.
he? As a Benelux player. It does feel like we could possibly be getting to a point with the Premier League where the qualification
140.
criteria needs to be maybe set a little bit more out in stone.
80. $55.
It's been a good start to this game for Caron, averaging 92. Put
128.
Danny Jansen to the sword, but the mullet, who, as you mentioned, number 4 on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit in 2024, is threatening the break if it's a bit of a dry turn here.
$85.
And a break opportunity which has opened up for Jansen. But an
43.
opportunity that
Drew,
he's
you require
been unable to take. He has
140.
left himself on a finish just. But Caron, 140 for a level match and 2-2. He'll feel like he's got 6 from here. But the last time Danny Jansen was here, he did find a big fish.
100.
Although some
Danny,
may
you
argue
require
that this finish is a little
167.
bit harder than that. And an impossible take now.
99.
And so Caron, 3
Drew,
darts
you
at
require
tops for a level
40.
game at 2-2.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Drew Caron.
Plays with a lot of composure, doesn't he? Caron. Doesn't give too
5th
much
flag.
away.
It's Danny to throw first. Game on.
He'll be one of those players that's just a little bit tricky to play for that reason.
81. $77. $125.
Caron in winning that Benelux trophy earlier on this year played solid. Maybe not
54.
always spectacular, but he played at a level which was always going to give him chances. Saved his best performance of the final, matching
96.
87 against Nick Cravell. But everything was around that low to mid 80s range. You get the sense if he's going to be competitive this week, that he's going to probably have to put a few points
100.
on his annual numbers, which are 82.45. It feels like if he's going to be competitive, he's probably going to need something around the 85 range.
58. $100. Danny, you require 141.
Both require a couple of trebles here.
105. Drew, you require
This has to go.
170.
Otherwise, Jansen's got 3 darts in his hand to move 3-2 to the good, and that's exactly what he's going to get at double 18 upon his return.
58. Danny, you require 36.
Just played at this steady level all game long, has Danny Jansen. And now he
Game shot on
finds
the
his
5th
nose in
flag.
front.
Danny Jansen.
3-2 to the mullet. 1 away from an opening win of the week. And it'd actually be the first game this morning, which
6th
would
flag.
have
It's
gone
Drew
to
to
throw
throw
because
first.
Kevin Mills and
Game on.
Robert Thornton have both won their matches against the darts.
I think this is a perfect time of year for Danny Jansen to be playing a full week here at the Super Series.
95.
Because his year started so well, but just stalled in the middle part. The way he started the year, he looked certain
140.
to be getting his tour card back via the Challenge Tour Order of Merit and a World Championship spot. But he's been swamped, hasn't he, in regards to his position on the Challenge Tour, and now
97.
looking in serious doubt of that. Will kind of need favours from the system.
It was almost like his year this year summed up his
136.
couple of years on the Pro Tour, where year 1 was so fruitful and he burst onto the scene, getting to finals, winning things, and then it just didn't quite work out in year 2. Then the beginning of this year, picking up Challenge Tour titles, left, right and centre,
84.
picking up Development Tour titles early on. He was top of both orders of merit going into March, but for one
58.
reason or another, hasn't quite worked out since.
He's got to be one of the most rapid declines of someone who's won a Pro Tour to being where they are now. But the most important thing for him is
58.
age.
Danny, you require
You don't look at that being as the
167.
pinnacle, you look at that being as a development side of things. Still growing, still developing, and he's well ahead
139.
of where he probably thought
Drew,
he
you
would be at
require
this point in his career.
167.
There's a very good outlook on the game. Anyone who speaks about him will speak very highly of his mindset. Treble 19, bullseye. Doesn't go.
131.
And that could be the game right here, right
Danny
now.
required
Because
28.
Jansen comes back for double 14 to seal a 4-2 win. Double 7 isn't heaven. And so
24.
Caron
required
can
36.
give us a first last leg decider of the day, thus the week, if he can take out this double 18.
Game
It's the
shot on
first,
sixth
and I
leg. Drew
hardly
Caron.
doubt it's going to be the last. We go to leg 7 for the first
7
time
from
this week.
final leg. It's Danny to throw first.
Jansen,
Game on.
who has missed 3 match darts, 3 darts to cross the finishing line, at least has the insurance policy of throwing
96.
first in this decider and finds a treble.
$95. $140.
A little bit of a reaction there for Danny Jansen. Knows that second treble just buys him a bit of luxury. Caron needs to fill it up.
85.
That wayward dart causes more problems because now he needs 3 trebles to leave a finish. This is firmly in the hands now of Danny Jansen.
83.
He's not left himself on a finish, but he's going to get 6 darts to get the job done.
100.
It was like a game where Jansen's just a little bit of extra quality has prevailed.
95.
Of course, helped with the fact that he has the darts in this deciding leg, and he's left himself on 87 to cross the finishing line and seal a 4-3 success. The last time he was here, he made it through to Saturday. He had to do it the hard way.
108.
And he may have to win this game the hard way because Caron has hit a maximum
Danny required
to leave himself on
87.
41, forcing this 87 to go. And he's going to get 2 darts in his hand at his favourite double 18. Now double 9,
Game shot,
goes last
and the
dart in
match,
hand.
Danny
And
Jansen.
that is relief more than anything else for Danny Jansen. He crosses the finishing line against Caron 4-3. He was made to work hard for it, sometimes making it hard work for himself. But the mullet is up and running on this Monday morning. He gets the better of Caron by 4 legs to 3 in a high quality encounter. Both players averaging in excess of 90. Caron losing an average just under 92.5, and despite having 50% on his doubles. Coming up after the break, the beginning of round 2 sees Robert Thornton and Crabtree go toe-to-toe.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only. Definitely
he
not
thinks
only.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
that is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that double 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs. I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of them things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The first round of matches have been completed, and before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Caron by 4 legs to 3. The first match of round 2 sees a player who's already tasted success today up against a player looking to secure their first win of Monday morning. Robert Thornton got the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 2 in the opening match of the day, whereas Crabtree, Shazam, was left stunned by Kevin Mills, losing out by 4 legs to 1. It was a lacklustre display for the man from Croydon, whilst for Robert Thornton, there was a lot about that opening performance he could be pleased about against the Highlander.
Leg, it's Robert to
he had the lower average, though admittedly it was only a 1.5 between the pair in that particular department. But there was just an efficiency and reliability about him, which has become the basis of his game for the best part of 15 years.
58.
Well, Crabtree will be looking to get straight back on it here, and that's the way you start. The beauty of a Group A campaign is you know you're going to lose games.
55.
We've never seen it where a player has gone through without losing a single game. So you can sort of accept those defeats a little bit easier because you know you've got time on your side.
Could still pick up 28 points.
140.
Good, which is the record for a Group A campaign.
One of those players being
93.
Good friend and commentary colleague Scott Mitchell. Crabtree leads himself on the fish after 9.
170.
Will feel like he's got 6 darts for the break. You'd be hopeful that Thornton is going to take out the 152, particularly because he's left himself tops after 12 against the darts. And he is going to get a go to take out the opening leg.
60. Can you require 40?
Oh, that's harsh.
Robert, you require
3
92.
well-thrown darts, all on the wire. But he'll feel so much worse if this goes for Robert Thornton. He's not going to.
74. Can you require 10?
He leaves himself on something a little bit awkward.
An unkind ricochet for Robert.
8. Robert, you require
As for Crabtree,
18.
he has missed 5 darts to win this opening leg. Is Thornton going to pick his pocket? Yes is the
On the
answer.
first leg,
To the
Robert
top corner and
Thornton.
into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
I think the one way we can describe that facial there from Crabtree was unimpressed.
85.
It's felt like he's yet to open up the curtains on this Monday morning.
100.
What's so strange was that first leg
96.
against Kevin Mills went out 15 darts on throw in the open leg, and we thought, here we go. He's in motion. He's in town. And then again, against Robert Thornton, gets up to a
100.
quick start, leaves himself on tops after 12. But then those good starts haven't then materialised into something tangible.
140.
Admittedly, early days in this game, and he's well in front in leg 2. But he's feeding opportunities to his opponents.
60.
I'm going to be a little bit harsh in my analysis. You know, we've done 3 games now. We're an hour into the day. Why not be a little bit harsh? I'm yet to see from Crabtree, when things aren't going well, him be able to make it happen. When he plays well, he plays well. But when he doesn't, you tend to find he stays down.
Can you require 58?
I think he plays this sport with a little bit of doubt.
Game shot on a second
Something
leg.
I'd like to see come out of the game. He's had a good leg there. It's a 14 darter. The shoulders are slumped. The
Third
head's
leg.
down.
It's
He's still
Robert to throw
disappointed.
first.
Probably at what happened in leg
on.
number 1. And he looks backwards rather than forwards. And when he looks forwards, from the conversations I've had with him, I tend to find that it's not filled with the positivity that maybe we describe him with.
45.
We describe his future so bright. We describe his future as being on the tour and going on to play at the Alexandra
100.
Palace. But maybe he wants it a bit too much. Because I remember having a conversation with him not too long ago, and he was saying, well, I'm going to go to Q school.
140.
If I don't get my card, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to go do that. And he explained his whole plan. And I'm like, why are you telling me about plan B?
125.
Does that mean you don't believe in plan A? Because if you believe you're going to go get a card, why do you need a plan B?
140.
Touch upon that point a
Robert,
bit
you
more the next
require
leg. Thornton 6 and 151 to open up a 2-1 lead. Not going to be done on this occasion.
55.
Only 55. Punishable. If Cam can find a couple of trebles here, and Cam can.
136. Robert, you require 96.
Treble 19, double 19. Not to beat. And as much as Thornton picked
40.
Crabtree's pocket in leg
Can
1.
you require 40?
Crabtree, I know he's left tops after 12, but this was a leg that Thornton was in cruise
shot on the
control
third
of.
leg.
And
Cam
he's lost
Crabtree.
it. And Crabtree gets the break in 13. It is 2-1. Shoulders slumped as he returns back up the hockey.
Fourth leg. It's Cam to throw first.
But I just wonder,
Game on.
those mannerisms that you've spoken about, whether it's a phrase that a lot of young players can be
100.
found guilty of. It feels like very much a young person trait.
And that's why I think mentorship is so important at the moment in the
100.
sport. Because there's a lot to navigate, and the old expression is they all wanted it yesterday.
85.
And there's a lot that you can get now just from conversations.
100.
And it does feel like a generational thing. Cam comes from, I suppose you can call it that TikTok generation.
140.
You know, where you see a lot of young players, because they've seen other people do things or other people achieve things, it's much more visible now.
64.
And because of the world of social media, it looks far more realistic than perhaps it was in the past. That sometimes you forget about the process of taking yourself there. You just want to get to there because you've seen other people get to there.
100.
And I, as you know, very hot on my social media. But
140.
I will say a lot of people that are
Cam, you
giving
require
advice
76.
aren't giving the correct advice.
Well, you wouldn't advise that.
36. Robert, you require
That could be an
97.
unforced error that could be severely punished by Thornton. I was looking for double 19 for double top.
73.
Crabtree will get
Cam, you
the chance to
require
atone
40.
for that errant dart. But when the going
20.
gets tough, the tough
Robert,
gets
you
going.
require 24.
Really did throw some shoulder into that Crabtree.
Edge on the fourth leg. Robert Thornton.
And he looked like he was going to take control of the game there, but Thornton does what he does. He did the same to Henderson.
Fifth
He
flag,
clung
it's
in there,
Robert
took
to
his
throw
chances,
first.
and then put the
Game on.
afterburners on at the back end of the game.
Good contest this, 2 apiece. Thornton averaging 84.5. Crabtree 10 points in excess of that. And that's despite missing 8 darts that are double in the contest so far. 2 from 10 in
58.
comparison to Thornton's 2 from 3. And Robert did build up a reputation for a while,
100.
particularly at his pomp, as a player that if you give him an opportunity, by and large, he is going to take it. And in both his matches
57.
today, Henderson missed chances to go 3-1 up against him. Thornton won 3 on the spin. And Crabtree is affording him luxury of time and luxury of chances.
97.
And Thornton's picking him apart.
108.
Well, that was a big maximum there for Crabtree. The first 2 darts on the top wire, you think the way his darts angle and into the board, he was never going to find it with the last one.
85.
He came in from the right-hand side. A really good find there for Crabtree. Puts himself back in the leg.
96.
Really enjoyable contest this. Crabtree leads himself on 110 after 12. Look at the break the throw. If he does, he'd have the darts to win the match in the next. But Thornton with 2 triple turn there has
Can
left
we
himself
require
on a single to double
110?
combo. He has said to Crabtree, you have to take this out. And he's unable to take out the
92.
110, but he has
Robert,
done the
you
next
require
best job to leave
49.
himself on a double. 2 10s.
29.
And now Thornton presents
you
Crabtree with the
require
opportunity.
18?
And this is how quickly a game can change. It looked
It's
like
on the
Thornton
5th
was in
leg.
charge,
Come, Crabtree.
but Crabtree's got a break, which now sees him vote for the match.
Both players have had opportunities,
leg,
haven't
it's
they?
come to the
All things
first.
fair and considered,
Game
we're probably where we should be. Crabtree missing 3 in the leg before. Thornton missing a couple there. Crabtree now got the chance to serve
100.
this out.
When you look at the numbers, there's no doubt that Crabtree's been the better player
41.
in this game. But Thornton just hanging about and taking advantage of opportunities up until that point.
93.
Where do you see Robert Thornton's career at the minute?
59.
Do you know what? I think that's a very tricky question. Because I think if you asked him that same question,
95.
I don't think he'd have the answer. He certainly would be expecting to pick up a seniors
100.
title in the very near future. Probably be disappointed that he doesn't have his name on one at the moment.
43.
But as John Henderson saying that seniors tour getting harder and harder all the time, when Robert Thornton's game maybe just come a little bit off sort of
100.
what you'd say his
Can we
golden
require
years were.
170.
The fact that Henderson's playing on the seniors tour shows its strength and depth. Crabtree 6 of 170 to
96.
win this contest. Has left himself on a 2-darter upon his return.
And then look at the names that are going to be joining it next year as well. It's going to be
100.
getting harder and
Can we
harder.
require 74.
This game may become impossible for Robert Thornton.
Double 12
62.
would have seen the game through.
Robert, you
But
require
Crabtree unable to
101.
take this to save it. 1 dart at double 12. And that may
89.
well be the double that
Can we
his hopes in this
require
game was
12?
hanging upon. Because Crabtree comes back for double 6. And he makes
Game
no
shot
mistake.
and the match.
He
Come,
atones for that
Crabtree.
earlier defeat to Kevin Mills by getting the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. And in matter of fact, that's Caron Crabtree's first win against the Fawn here at the Super Series. Thornton had won the previous 2 against this pair, but Crabtree has finally broken his duck against the Fawn, doing so with an average of 91.35, 4 from 13 on the doubles. He beats Thornton 4-2. After the break, we're going to see the Benelux Trophy champion up against the World Seniors champion.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
And the match.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West. That takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in?
And
Listen to that. And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive. He's made it. And Marvin Van Velsen.
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy. It's a wry smile. What a finish. What a man. What a response.
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin Van Velsen!
Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Crabtree got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. Good performance, good game actually between the pair. 91.35 the average for Cam, 4 from 13 on the doubles. Our 5th game of the day is a battle between 2 men who have picked up major titles in their respective codes. Caron, the ADC Benelux Trophy champion. That's afforded him a ticket to the Global Championship here at the end of the year. Up against John Henderson, winner of 2 WSDT, that's World Seniors Majors in 2024. Picking up the world title at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet. He backed that success up at the Barbican by winning the World Match Play in York. And he'll be looking to win 3 of the 4 Grand Slam tournaments in the World Seniors when the Masters takes place in Sunderland in a few weeks' time. As far as this pair's day is concerned, both played very well. Both averaged in excess of 90,
First
but
leg,
both lost
first.
their opening matches.
Game
Henderson
on.
to Thornton, Caron to Jansen. But who out of the 2 in their opening game caught your eye a bit more, Matt?
I weren't surprised by anything that they did, to be honest with you.
100.
I think Caron's been underestimated and maybe just shown us what I've been talking about, and the fact that he's a lot better player than the odds suggest.
60.
And for Henderson, it was more of the same. It's where I expect him to be. I expect every game from Henderson to be around about the 90 mark. And it's more just a case of, is it good enough to win that individual match or is it not?
45.
Putting Caron at 28-1 to win the week was the height of stupidity. Absolutely ludicrous, absolutely scandalous.
96.
I'm not saying he wins the week, but he's not a 28-1 outside hope.
I mean, we will go with the height of stupidity so far this week, because I'm sure you're going to top that many times.
121.
It's nice to be working with you again, Matt.
$26.
Well, Caron's got off to a decent start in this opening leg.
140.
He eased himself on a 2-darter after 12. Henderson can only leave a finish with a max of which he's not going to hit, and so Caron got 6 starts on here, 6 starts on 95 to take out this opening leg on throw. player that will go very much by
37.
convention, maybe not so much by style. He's left himself on 58 to take the opening leg, but under how much pressure is it going to be under? Well, it's going to be under heaps of it because Henderson's left himself on 44.
58.
Tops the opening leg.
18.
Does not go. Henderson's got an opportunity to pinch
44.
Caron's pocket.
$36. During you
That
require
was a
40.
bit of a mess from John Henderson from the moment of missing the big number. You'd never convinced me he wanted to hit the big 18 on that situation.
Game shot on the first
He does
leg.
not get
during
away with
Caron.
it. Even though you've got time
Second
in
leg,
a
it's John to
Group
throw
A
first.
campaign, if it
Game
starts a little bit slow, you can soon feel like it's running away from you. Especially in a group like this, where
54.
John Henderson's going to be aware of the talent that's in there. He hasn't played Jansen yet, he hasn't played Crabtree yet, so he knows he's got big games still to come. And it can just feel like the group is running away.
180.
Particularly if Caron's going to continue doing things like that.
60.
Mentioned earlier on, this hasn't quite been the happiest of places in terms of gaining success for John Henderson. Won in his first week here, but hasn't tasted a win since. And
54.
every single time you talk to John, whether it be in an interview or we get the opportunity to speak to John between sessions, he always talks about how much he enjoys playing here. He loves the environment, loves the
140.
camaraderie of the Super Series. But why don't you think it's correlated in the amount of titles here that perhaps it's done at the World Seniors for him?
Format. It's purely format. This is a different test.
140.
It's not just a test of darting ability. This is a test of darting stamina. There's a chance here that you're going to be playing 6 days consecutively
140.
for long hours.
During you require 127.
To 19. I'm going to give Caron a dart at the bullseye to open up a 2-0 lead. Henderson readying, steadying himself in the background. Ahead of a poke at 106 to level this game up.
43. John, you require 106.
Great dart, double 16.
Game shot on
A
the second
pincher
leg.
for the
John
Highlander.
Henderson.
He takes the leg out the back pocket of Jeroen Caron, who will feel like he
Third
should be
leg, it's
2-0
Jeroen
up,
to throw
but it's
first.
been pegged back
Game
level at 1-1. And that is the first
84.
top plus checkout of the week so far.
$43.
Henderson will no doubt be
60.
a big favourite for that Seniors Masters title. Interesting lineup. Had a couple of withdrawals as well, haven't we? Kevin Painter and Phil
58.
Taylor now no longer in the field.
And Leonard Gase has got a bit of a decision to make, hasn't he? Because he's qualified for the Grand Slam, which overlaps that tournament.
85.
I think if you take Leonard Gates out of that event, then John Henderson becomes an even stronger favourite.
134. $60.
Yeah, one part of a busy end to the year in the amateur circuit. World Seniors, Masters. You've got The Championship
80.
Tour finals in the ADC in November. The Lakeside in December, of which Matthew Edgar's looking to put a star on his shirt.
57.
Won't go that far. Did you get them for turning up?
Is it like at school we used to get a certificate for attendance?
Participation
90.
trophy, please. Yeah,
Drew,
another
you
one of those.
require
Scoop that up every single
154.
year. 154 for Caron. Not to be. And so Henderson, who'd conceivably have been 2-0 down in this
84.
contest, has got an opportunity
John, you
here on
require
96 to
96.
break the throw, move 2-1 up and be in charge of this contest. But that errant dart leaves him 81. Leaves him a dart at double 12,
Game
of which
shot
he
on the third
takes.
leg, John Henderson.
Not conventional, but executed by the Highlander. John Henderson breaks the throw with the Belgian Giroud
Fourth
Caron
flag, it's John
to
to
move
throw
2-1
first.
to the good in this
Game on.
contest.
$85. $55. $121. $76.
This feels like the moment that John Henderson's getting a grip of this game.
140.
This is the definition of going through the gears in a contest. Putting himself in front and now running away with that
135.
advantage.
John, you require
He's got 6 of
155.
155 to move 3-1 to the good. He's going to need the full quota.
$83.
A slip with that last dart there into the single free may mean he only gets a dart at a double upon his return.
98. John, you require 72.
But luckily for him, Caron isn't putting tangible pressure on. One dart at tops. It's all
Shot at
Henderson
full
needed
flag,
anyway.
John Henderson.
He leads 3-1. And Caron is left behind the 8 ball in this contest.
Fifth flag, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 90.73. 75% on his doubles. Pretty much playing to
140.
a similar level of his game with Robert Thornton. The only difference being his doubles being much better than in that contest, 2 from 8.
60.
Sort of par performance, isn't it, for John Henderson? Exactly where we expect him to be for the majority of the week.
135.
Good responses from Caron. Not much you can do when you're John Henderson here, and opponents
99.
kicked off with 4 big power trebles in the opening 6.
Well, Hendo has that insurance policy that he has the darts in the next leg. So even if Caron wins this one, he's going to get an opportunity to get the job done on throw.
59.
This was almost a de facto free hit of a leg for the Highlander.
58. Jeroen, you require 167.
Well, he's got time and space for this 167. Got to be taken now.
42. $81. Jeroen, you require 125.
Just felt they were thrown a little bit quicker there by John Henderson, maybe resigning himself to the fact that he's not going to be winning this leg.
Game
And he
shot
won't
at
be
fifth
winning
flag,
this leg.
Jeroen Caron.
In our first Ton Plus checkout of the week so far earlier on, Henderson with the 106. That's now been
Sixth flag,
topped.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
We're getting a little bit of everything, aren't we, so far on this Monday morning? Good standard, good quality. And now some good finishing to boot. A couple of ton toppers in this particular match.
83.
Coming up after this, Kevin Mills up against Danny Jansen. And I've just had a communication on my mobile phone about some form that Kevin is in.
40.
We'll tell you more about that in the next game. Henderson 6 for the match. He knew this was the big leg for him. This was the leg in which he had the darts, and he's used it
90.
perfectly.
John, you
He's
require
left himself on the finish after
164.
9, and he can go out in 15 if he so wants to.
$140.
Beautiful setup, beautiful leg from the seniors world champion. Double 12 after 12 on the throat. Caron needs another one of those just to leave any sort of finish.
100.
So 6 starts here from Henderson to get the job
24.
done.
To round off, a good performance. A
Get
game
shot.
which he
And
went
the match,
through the gears
John
and
Henderson.
grinded out a superb result. A 13-darter to finish off for John Henderson. He gets the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 2. And this time he averages above 90 and gets the win. For Jeroen Caron, he hasn't played bad whatsoever so far this morning, but he hasn't got a point to his name. Henderson, a 4-2 winner against the Belgian. Coming up after the break, Kevin Mills up against Danny Jansen.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums earlier here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Gage
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Modus Super Series, where before the break, John Henderson of a really good performance got the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 2, averaging 92.14, 4 from 5 when it came to his finishing, including a 106 checkout as well. Caron had a ton plus out of his own, but he's 2 defeats of 2. Whilst our 6th game of the session sees Danny Jansen and Kevin Mills go toe-to-toe.
Kevin to throw first.
2 players that have been in the winner's enclosure so far this morning. And the winner of this game will go top of a very embryonic league table.
100.
Mills beat Cam Crabtree in an upset win in his first game of the session, whilst Danny Jansen played well, had to play well to get the better of Jeroen Caron 4-3. He averaged 92.37, Jansen 90.41, 4 from 10 on the doubles. But Kevin, you feel like because of the win and the man of the win and who he played, will feel a lot more relaxed going into this contest.
I know you've been dying to talk about it, Henry. Is now the moment we reveal our extensive research of Kevin Mills?
I reckon it's that good we wait till the next leg to do it.
Oh, you're teasing the extensive research.
Absolutely. It's that good. It's worth waiting for.
Oh, another bounce out. He had 3 in the opening game. And there is a 4th. I did say it's something we'll keep an eye on. We'll run a little tally on that because I think he's going to get a few more as this goes on. But that one could be very important now after the maximum of Danny Jansen. What a recovery this could be.
120. Danny, you require 64.
Almost. But against a player like Danny Jansen, they may well be the chances you have to take. Double 16. 1 in hand, 1 taken. Jansen breaks in 15. 1-0 to the Dutchman. Is it time? Is it time, Matt?
It's Danny to throw first. Game on.
We always like to try and find you something a little bit extra here at the Super Series. Those stories, those insights. You can't just go onto a website and find. Yes, you can find out who Kevin Mills has played. Yes, you can find the averages of which he's played and the tournaments of which he's played, but you don't get information like what me and Henry can provide.
Oh, this is good. Do you want to do it or shall I do it?
Well, let's do it together. So, I'll reveal first of all that Kevin Mills has a very interesting diet. A diet that even he used on his wedding day, which involves 2 ingredients, and that's all he eats in his life. 2 ingredients, bread and crisps.
99.
So much so that on his wedding day, everybody else had a hog roast, and he was sat there with a crisp sandwich.
60.
Just imagine that, everybody... I wonder what Christmas dinner's like round his house. So everybody's got all the turkey and the trimmings and his massive meal, and he's just sat there with a crisp sandwich with a bit of butter.
Breakfast is a crisp butty.
He's told us that his record for most packet of crisps in a day is 46. He's had 46 packets of crisps in one day.
108.
Well, that was a crisp visit, wasn't it?
Danny, you require 40.
Totso Jansen, double 10.
Game 2-0. Second leg, Danny Jansen.
And I know what you're thinking. You'll be thinking exactly what I was when I heard this story. This is a man
Kevin to throw first.
Who's experienced in the eating of crisps. He's going to know what sort of crisps are out
45.
there. I asked him what his favourite flavours are. He said ready salted and cheese and onion.
27.
You think if your diet revolves around crisps that you may go for a bit of,
96.
sour cream and sweet chilli or something. No. Ready salted, the most plain, boring flavour going.
He's also revealed
85.
that sometimes for dinner he has a whole tube of Pringles. As opposed, once you pop, you can't stop.
60.
I suppose that does go in the fact of we asked him if he's got any interesting stories, and he said, no, I'm just one of the most boring people going. I go to work and come home and play darts. That's pretty much my life. And we asked him what he did for a job, and he's a receptionist at a taxi firm.
68.
I suppose you'd had plenty of time to eat crisps at the office. Anyway, this has been not quite an uber good
80.
performance from Danny Jansen thus far, but he is 2-0 to the good. He has this game exactly where he wants it. Shall we get back to the darts now?
57.
I quite like Kevin Mills' stories, actually. It's quite a fun read.
So, the last couple of times we've worked together, we found out that Kevin Mills eats crisps and bread.
102.
And there's an Oasis tribute band called Two Aces, who play at Mansfield Town Stadium during the playoffs.
140. Danny, you require 170.
And he hit it the last time he was here, Danny Jansen, but he's not going to find the 170 there. And so Mills
55. Kevin,
back
you
for
require
35
35.
to get a leg back on the board. Double 16. Oh, it's
Three.
bounced out, and it looked like it was going to
Danny,
pierce
you
the bed as
require
well.
115.
And so there's an opportunity to steal. It would have been an opportunity for Jansen to have got the double breaker, 3-0
48.
lead, and he would have had the darts
Kevin,
for the
you
match.
require 32.
It's to keep him in the contest, you feel. Double 8, and this could be awkward
16.
because of the way
Danny,
his
you
first two
require
darts
67.
stand up.
$27. Kevin, you require 16.
Two 8s for Mills. Double 4.
Game shot on the third leg. Kevin Mills.
Mills has brought it back to 2-1 by pinning that double 4.
Fourth leg. It's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Just gives Jansen a proverbial tap on the shoulder because it looked like he was in
108.
full control, full command of the contest. Looked like he was going to be set to move 3-0 to the good. But it looks like he's responded to that setback of losing a leg quite well.
60.
Been quite a good day as well for the 180 hitting so far, hasn't it? That's the third one of this game. But everyone chipping in, playing their part in the
100.
maximum columns in the opening couple of laps of fixtures. As we start to get into the meat of the day.
108.
Right on cue. Another maximum.
80.
Well, that leaves Jansen on 141. It puts Mills in a position here where, with another big score, another good score, 140 will be okay.
Danny, you require
But from 2-0
141.
behind and seemingly being outplayed in this contest, he could well find himself level at 2-2.
65.
A bit of grimace coming
Kevin,
into
you
things
require
here as well for
121.
Kevin Mills.
Beginning to fancy the job here. But he's not going to get a dart at the bullseye to level this contest up right here,
62.
right now.
Danny, you require
And so Jansen will
76.
return for a 3-1 lead. 2 in his hand at double 8. It's a great guide. But he
60.
cannot clip it off the barrel on
Kevin,
the other
you
side.
require 59.
Tops does not go
39.
for Kevin Mills.
Danny,
And
you
so
require
Jansen
16.
will get another 3 darts to open up a 3-1 lead. Mills has missed 10 darts at a double in this contest.
Game shot on
And
the
it's a
fourth
contest
flag.
he
Danny
finds himself
Jansen.
3-1 behind in. Well, he didn't have his Weetabix, did he,
Fifth
this
flag.
morning?
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 100.
But there is form for Kevin Mills doing very good things. I actually have had a text from a friend of
57.
mine I actually went to university with, who plays in ADC events.
60.
So, Ethan, if you're watching, morning pal. Now, he played at a local competition not too long ago,
100.
Kevin. It was £1,000 to the winner. He got to the final. He beat Neil Parry 6-0 with an average of 101.33.
43.
Legs of 13-14, 16-14, 17-15 to dispatch of him in that final. So we do know that there is a very high level that Kevin can attain.
$45. $180.
Brilliant time in there for Jansen to find the 5th 180 of this game.
125. Danny, you require 82.
We'll start on the ball. 17 for tops for the match.
Game
And he
shot.
only
And the match,
needs the one
Danny
to
Jansen.
seal it. 2 wins and 2 for Danny Jansen. He takes the early ascendancy in this embryonic Group A table. The mullet moves to the top of the shop. A 4-1 success against Kevin Mills on the back of a 4-3 success against Jeroen Caron, and things looking very good for the Dutchman. That the turn of the tape from our 6th game of the morning session. Coming up on the other side of this intermission, it's Robert Thornton against Jeroen Caron.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. One about that there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a key favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello!
It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. And they see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. Wow. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Steve West at 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Monday morning. And as you can see, 5 of the 6 matches so far have gone against the throw. Danny Jansen, the only player winning on throw, and the only player who is preserving a 100% record so far. The only player about to win, Caron, the Belgian, everybody else with a chalk on the board. He expected it to be a tightly contested, a tightly run Group A, and that is exactly the case. That's the table after 2 rounds worth of matches. Jansen at the top of the pile, Caron at the bottom, everybody else on 2. Our third round of matches kicks off with Robert Thornton and Caron going toe-to-toe. Caron with a victory in this one would mean that 5 of the 6 players would all be prized on 2 points ahead of Danny Jansen's match against Crabtree. There is a possibility here that even early on in the day that the mullet could pull clear, because if Caron wins this one and Jansen beats Crabtree, by the time Henderson and Mills go toe-to-toe in Game 9, he'd have a 4-point lead at the top of the table, and he'd be guaranteed to be 4 points in front of 4 players. And the other player, he'd still have a 2-point gap
it's
from.
for Robert to throw first.
But first things first, let's get into the crux of this battle between Caron and Thornton. For Robert, how would you judge his start to the day so far?
177.
I think it's been okay, but it's what he makes of it, because we all know with Robert Thornton, he's got this tendency and this habit that if things don't go his way, he can tend to implode. But they're going his way here.
140.
It makes you think when that weekly title is going to come. I mean, do you put any stock in the fact that he's won the Double Trouble week? For me, I don't put it to that same
54.
sort of value, because it's a different format, best of 5 rather than best of 7, and the double start just changes how the whole game feels.
85.
I think it will change the fact that he'll have belief he can actually win in this building. I think it will change that, but I agree in the fact that they're 2 completely different entities, the specials weeks and the regulation weeks. I mean, to the point where regulation weeks and champions weeks are
Robert, you
completely
require
different.
99.
I mean, he should have had that anyway. I'd be very surprised if he didn't have that belief that he could win a week here.
59.
Certainly when he was coming here on the back of winning those seniors titles, that's when he was really probably at the peak of his confidence.
Well, I remember walking back to the car after that Double Trouble final, and I was walking down the road with Robert, and he said, now
Robert,
I've won it for the first
40.
time. Everybody else better watch out. So it's definitely given him a
Shot of first leg,
rekindled
Robert
belief
Thornton.
as he finds a 14 darter to take out the opening leg.
But he has
Second
been
leg,
back
it's
here
Jerome to throw
since, hasn't he?
first. Game on.
And it was more of the same for Robert Thornton on that occasion. He's actually one of the most appeared players now in the history of the Super Series.
140.
Overtakes Lee Cox for most appearances here. 14. Overtakes Cox
45.
on 13. So he's out on his own at the top of that particular table. In terms of the last time Robert was here, he was in week 2 of this series, and didn't quite work out how perhaps he would have liked it to have done. Didn't qualify for Champions Week, obviously. Made it through to the Saturday, but just didn't quite correlate for him
100.
in the end. He's made 11 Saturday night finals appearances from his previous 13. Such a good record.
85.
So Caron here, I can level this game up at 1-1 and come in about his business quite well.
127.
I know it's a scoring average because he hasn't had a dart and a double so far, but just ticking under the ton
58.
mark.
Junior requires 74.
Tops.
Game shot on a
There
second
we are.
leg.
1-1.
Caron.
Good quality contest so far. Thornton winning the first in 14. Caron levelling up in 15.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $60. $57. $41.
Mentioned earlier on that Robert Thornton can get very reactive to his darts, and you feel like that's just starting to happen now. We're just starting to get to that moment where
96.
Robert needs to start seeing the darts go where he wants them to, or we could get in danger of seeing some limbs.
58.
You've played against Robert on the Pro Tour in the past. When he's in those situations where he is throwing his arms in the air, he's saying the lines over, he's getting frustrated, do you get a sense as the player in
100.
the background, the player that's playing against him, that I think I may have got him here?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There are certain players
100.
you enjoy playing, and Robert would be one on that reason.
$84. $58. Drew, you require 164.
Well, Caron here has 6 and 164 to get the break of throw to lead 2-1, and that possibility that we spoke about a few moments ago
115.
may well happen. This would be music to the ears of Danny Jansen. Caron wins this one, he wins the next. He's guaranteed
94.
a bit of a
Drew,
buffer at the top of the table. I know
49.
it's still early days, but you always try and start as you mean to go on.
Game shot on
Caron
the third
pins
leg.
the tops.
Caron.
He gets the break of throw. He leads 2-1. Halfway towards a first win of the day.
Fourth flag, it's Drew to throw first. Game on.
But to be fair, that Giroud hasn't played bad so far today, but maybe at the
140.
key moments, the timing's just been a little bit off.
60.
Well, this is your timing. This is your moment. He's got a bit of a lead in regards to the scoreboard. He's just seen that reaction of Robert Thornton in front of him. He's just took an extra bit of
91.
time in approaching the hockey. He's trying to command and own the stage now. We said you may see some limbs of Robert Thornton. We're seeing some
58.
movement here in between shots, and now we're starting to see that reaction, which is all just happening in front of Caron right now, and you can all see it happening. You can see that implosion coming at the moment from Robert Thornton, and you like the signs of what you see him.
60.
Things could be very bunched up in this table.
$140.
And that's a proverbial tap of the shoulder from Robert Thornton. Caron has 6 starts on 210, but that 1040 turn is Robert effectively saying to Giroud, you may have 6 starts, but you're going to have to take it out in 6 starts because I'm hot
70.
on your tail. And he's only left himself on 140 upon his return. But he has been allowed
Drew, you
to
require
get away with that
140.
erroneous last turn. We'll check with the
100.
referee, Jack Garwood, that second dart was in the treble, and then went as high as he possibly could have got with dart 3. And so he has 3 in his hand at tops
94. Drew,
to
you
open
require
up a 3-1
40.
advantage against the Thorn. Double 10.
Game shot
In
on
it
the full
goes.
flag.
Caron opens up a 3-1 lead against Robert Thornton. These two met at the beginning of the year in Jeroen's
Fifth flag,
previous
it's
appearance
Robert
at the
to throw
Super
first.
Series.
Game on.
And Robert Thornton won both meetings. It was in a Group A, which was just 2 days because of the
60.
the overlap after Christmas. In fact, here's a record for you. Prior to today, in every single head-to-head that Robert Thornton had against any other player in this group, in this building, Thornton had won every single game.
180.
He's going to have to do something if he's going to win this one. Caron
100.
putting in the performance of the day so far. And not just the performance of his day, the performance of anybody's. Average in the mid-90s. Looking composed.
100.
Looking clinical.
58.
And a dry visit for Robert Thornton. Has handed the advantage here to Caron.
6 darts for the match.
48.
Very interesting last start there.
100.
But still, the equation is the same. 6 darts. It's just a little bit easier this time. 173. And he's making a bit of a mess of this chance. Robert Thornton being handed a second opportunity.
100.
Or is he?
And you require 116.
Well, this would be a blockbuster way to win it. Single. Leaves tots of the match.
96.
And he's had a dart
Robert,
to
you
beat Robert
require
Thornton, the
83.
twice World Seniors champion. And Thornton gets a
It's on
reprieve.
a fifth flag,
And he makes the
Robert
most
Thornton.
of it, pinning the 83. Pop, pop, treble 17, double 16. And he
Sixth
forces
flag, it's
Caron
Jeroen to throw
to
first.
serve it out.
Game on.
Trying to get himself going here, Robert Thornton, but there was one thing that was for sure there.
93.
When the finishing line came into sight for Caron, the performance level dropped drastically.
60.
However, Robert Thornton not finding too much in terms of the big power trebles, so you expect that Caron will get another opportunity somewhere.
78. 121.
I know in sport you don't always get what you deserve, but Jeroen could feel hard done by if he came out the first 3 games the way he's played so far without a win to his name.
45.
Just starting to miss by a bit of a distance here, Caron.
134.
Maybe another twist and turn in this tale yet. About 3 minutes ago, it was looking like it was about to be wrapped up by a 4-1 success. On the balance of things at the moment, you'd probably make Thornton favourite.
56.
Is it beginning to slip away from the Belgians' fingers? Just when it looked like he had a steady climb up the mountain towards success, he's dangling off the cliff edge by his
100. Robert, you
fingertips all of a sudden.
130.
Thornton's not going to get a dart to the ball to save the match. Caron may only get a dart to the ball to win the
42.
match.
During you require 130.
Thornton wasn't able to take it out. Is Caron up to the task? Shovel for the ball. Doesn't go. Crashes the other side. And so Thornton,
40.
from
Robert,
3-1
you
down,
require
has an
88.
opportunity to take us all the way. Treble 17. Doesn't go.
32. During you require 90.
May just be 1 dart at the ball. but he should get an opportunity to win this match. In fact, he's going to get 2, a double 15. Inside it goes, and Thornton is going to come back to take us all the way.
56. Game shot on his 6th leg, Robert Thornton.
Pressure is for tyres, and the Fawn levels us up at 3 apiece.
7
Caron
from final
missing
leg.
an
It's
opportunity
Robert
to win the match.
first. Game on.
And in each of the last 2 legs, Thornton clinically picking up the pieces from the mess that Caron had left.
Opening visit again, dry there for Robert Thornton, but Caron just hasn't shown any composure
45.
from that moment of hitting the maximum, backing it up with a ton, having the advantage to win 4-1. He's been nowhere near since.
60.
But Thornton will sense that. And with that, sometimes you can just start to try a little bit too hard, but wayward.
95.
Finally finds a big power treble with the last start to keep himself interested.
$100. $95.
If he loses this, will Giroud feel like this is the one that got away?
He had it in his hands, didn't he? He had Thornton beat. He couldn't finish the job.
26.
But that one hit in the back of the dart. And this is another opportunity now for Caron. But he needs to hit here. Big darts.
$54.
Can't find. He's found that treble 5 quite a lot though, but that's not going to help his case, and nor will this.
133.
Well, this has been the story of the back end of the game. Caron has been in position. He's been in situ to finish off Robert Thornton, and he's unable to do anything tangible, unable to take opportunities. Thornton steps in, but that maximum for Caron has left himself on a double. He's forced Thornton to take out the 1-2-2. He's going to get a dart at the bullseye.
73.
But that was a mile away.
Giroud, you require 32.
And the comeback charge may well be halted once and for all. 3 darts at double 16 to eventually win this game. Double 8. And this is awkward. That's a great dart. And that's a great win in the end for Giroud and Caron. He was made to work for it. He was made to work very hard for it. He gets the better of Robert Thornton in the end 4-3. That must have felt nervy at times. He built up a 3-1 lead. He saw it evaporate. He then saw Thornton charge back at him in the final leg. But Caron has finally crossed the finishing line. The Belgian beats the Fawn by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Danny Jansen against Crabtree. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the waiting room, Caron got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3, sealing his first win of the day. And what it does is set up a scenario where Danny Jansen can take full control of this Group A. If he gets the better of Crabtree in our 8th game of the session, then he will open up a 4-point gap to the rest of the field going into the final game of the 3rd round of fixtures. He would have that gap cut in half instantaneously by Kevin Mills and Robert Thornton, but what would happen is he'd have a 4-point gap from 4 players and 4 big threats. So he's got an opportunity here to do himself a lot of favours. However, on the other side of the coin, if Cam can depose of Danny,
Cam to the row first.
then everything bunches up once more. And it would mean there'd be a guarantee that at the end of the 3rd round of fixtures, 3 players would be tied at the top of the table on 4 points. I know it's still early days and the table's still embryonic, but there could be a lot of weight
58.
deriving off of this particular fixture, the middle match of the day.
58.
I think on the evidence of the play so far today, you wouldn't say that Danny Jansen has maybe been the best performer, but he's the guy who's got the win so far.
59.
But if you're looking for who the top performer is, who's got the highest ceiling,
100.
who's potentially going to go on further from this group, you'd say Crabtree's got all the tools. And Danny Jansen will be well and truly aware of what Crabtree's achieved over the last 12 months. And will know that this is the one to win.
107.
Based on the form of the 6 players right here, right now, is Crabtree the player out of the 6 with the highest ceiling right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
40. Danny, you
when you
require
look at
86.
where he's gone in regards to how deep he's gone in the Pro Tours when he's been getting his call-ups.
54.
Probably be a little bit disappointed in regards to his Challenge Tour season. That's maybe not got him as many call-ups as he'd like to have had.
58. Danny, you require 32. Game shot of first leg. Danny
Jansen
Jansen.
breaks Crabtree right for the get-go. 13 darter to kick-start. And there just seems to be an assurance
Second
about
leg,
the
it's
Dutchman
Danny to
so
throw
far.
First. Game on.
And I do think, actually, this could be a format, playing the Group A, playing the full week, which will play perfectly into Danny Jansen's hands.
125.
Because the fact that he does traverse a lot between the United States and to Europe, he's one of those players that sometimes has to commute over the pond for tournaments because he's a Dutch player, but he has family based in the United States as a
43.
young child as well. So he spends a lot of time traveling to different places, and so sometimes, and I don't know the full ins and outs
58.
of his travelling arrangements, but we've seen it with players like Jeff Smith in the past, where if you have to travel long distance to commute to events, sometimes you don't
95.
always get the best results because you're always having to chase a bit of jet lag. I think this format could work per. He's been in the UK for a week, played in the World Youth Championship,
6.
played on the Dev Tour, has done some stuff as well, Pro Tour rise. Settled in, time zone fine. He's got 5 days to attack it and relax. I think this could work perfectly for him.
95.
Scheduling working out quite well.
100. Danny, you require
As it does at the back end of the year. There's
143.
always something exciting to play for. All those tours all coming to a head.
47.
Everyone getting their opportunity to make all the travel and sacrifice worthwhile. Some people will cash it in.
140. Danny, you require
Jansen
96.
looking to cash in a hold here to confirm the break. He's a long way off.
64. Cam, you require 85.
May just get 1 dart, but Crabtree should get a chance from 85. He's going to get 2 at tops. But he's
45.
unable to take, and missed
Danny, you
doubles
require
are becoming a
32.
glaring problem. He missed a heck of a lot against Thornton, managed to get away with it, but his dart standing up to attention and going inside like that on double 16 makes this dart awkward.
Game shot of the
That
second leg. Danny Jansen.
could be dart of the day. because that would have been awkward for Danny Jansen.
Third leg, it's Cam to throw first.
But there's nothing awkward about the scoreline right now.
Two things have happened here in the opening 2 legs. Crabtree's standard has dropped, and he wasn't playing up to his levels as it was. Jansen's has gone up.
55. 59.
And there's that shot I don't like. When you've got the 1 treble, you can't be going on the 19s for cover.
58.
3-4-2 means 180 leaves no finish. You're still 9 darts away. I'm going to keep saying it. We've even got a few little features, haven't we now? So, there it is, 180. No finish available. Dart maths.
Luckily for him in this leg, Danny Jansen is nowhere to be
82.
seen. Not that it makes it right. Just means he's got away with it.
65.
He's left himself on 97 after 12 to book it back to 2-1.
96.
He has got the luxury of time.
97.
And today he has needed time to get things done. Tops has not worked out at all for him.
Game shot
But double 10's okay.
Crabtree.
Back to 2-1. But Jansen still has that ascendancy of throw. And he's looking to cash it in here. Along with a 3-1 lead. It then forced Crabtree to win 3 on the spin to get the points in this contest.
131. 60. 108.
Maxi for Jansen. And it looks like he is beginning to really motor through the gears.
100.
He's playing at this level so far today, Danny, where he's playing well. But if you look at the numbers, you wouldn't say it's something that stands completely out. It's been consistently, attainably, very good and very hard to beat.
100. Danny, you require 92.
Crabtree just having a little pause there as he looked over to the
52.
scoreboard. I think at that situation, you could see he was on 3-4-1. Jansen on a potential 2-darter.
134. Danny,
Probably
you
thought there was nothing he could
require
do,
40.
but now he can hope here that Jansen doesn't take this, because that would present an opportunity,
Game shot on the 4th leg.
of
Danny
which
Jansen.
there is none.
One thing Danny's been very good at today has been shutting off opponents. 40% on his doubles in both of the games that he's played today. 50% on the doubles here. He leads 3-1. Crabtree has it all to do. Loses this game,
134.
then he'll find himself 4 points behind his opponent. Will already find himself with a bit of an uphill task. And it would
6.
see Danny Jansen begin to become a figure of authority in this group.
60.
It's interesting, I was speaking to Danny this morning.
140.
You do like putting me in hard groups. The last time he was here, he was placed in a group, or placed in a week, which had the likes of Andy Bolton, had the likes of Conor Heenahan in. But he also said there are challenges that he embraces. Playing
45.
better players, playing high-tempo matches, brings the best out of his game. And so far, it's shown to be the case.
Well, that's what you want when you come here to the Super Series. You want those
125.
tough weeks. You want it to be that way. Because ultimately, if you're going to win the week, that's people you're not going to have to then play on Champions Week.
46. Cam, you require 82.
However, Crabtree looking to bring it back to 3-2.
62.
Tops has not worked out for him at all today. And Jansen looking to apply as much pressure as possible.
125.
Trying to
Can you
force
require
this
20?
double 10 to go.
No score.
Doesn't go.
Danny, you require 85.
And so Jansen is back for the match, 85, to seal a 4-1 win. And he's going to get 2 darts in his hand at tops. He
Game
only
shot
needs the
and the
1.
match,
And Danny
Jansen.
Jansen is beginning to become the dominant force at the top of this Group A. 3 wins from 3. He has opened up a 4-point gap to the rest of the field already. The mullet with some hair-raising performances, some hair-raising darts. A 4-1 win against Caron Crabtree, average just under 90 in the end. A couple of axes in there, 4 from 7 on the doubles. Good performance, solid performance from him. Coming up after the break, John Henderson against Kevin Mills.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night so far. It's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. Something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny require 100.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Diving Bird at 6-5 as
59.
Heenahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max of this one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan
winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Danny Jansen got the better of Caron Crabtree by 4 legs to 1. He now has a 4-point lead at the top of this Group A table. He is setting the tone and setting the pace, is the mullet early on in proceedings. However, that 4-point gap at the top will be cut in half regardless of what happens in this game. And regardless of what happens in this game, one of John Henderson and Kevin Mills will move into second place in the league table. As far as Hendo's day is concerned, in both his matches he's averaged in excess of 90.85 and a 4-2 defeat to Robert Thornton, was 2 from 8 on his doubles. But they rectified that problem, 4 from 5 on the outer ring, at an average of 92.14 and a 4-2 success against Caron. As for Kevin, well, he got the better of Caron Crabtree in his opening game by 4 legs to 1, before then losing by that particular scoreline to Danny Jansen in his second game of the morning.
123.
So during our break there, Henry, we was watching some hashtag Modus memories. What's your favourite hashtag Modus memory? For me, mine goes to the venue. I was just watching in there, and I just won my semi-final clash. I've gone back into the back room, and I was about to play Graham Usher in the final. And as I've gone in, Graham Usher is laid on the floor. And I thought, ooh, maybe I'm going to get a nice easy pass here. No, he's cracking his back on the floor. But it was a weird moment walking and seeing your opponent laid flat on the floor.
28.
I'll tell you what I remember of that previous venue, commentating on it in the summer. That was hot. Hot like these darts.
150.
Hot just like that as Henderson leads himself on tops after 12. To the point where it was just swelteringly hot and we couldn't have a fan on.
90. John, you require
I used to have
40.
to put a bottle of water in the freezer in the morning. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't go.
Kevin, you require 80.
Double 10. Doesn't
6.
go. And so Henderson
John,
gets
you
another
require
crack. Double
10.
5.
Game
And it
shot on the
goes.
first
Henderson
leg,
leads
John
1-0.
Henderson.
I do have a funny story about our previous venue in Southampton and some memories from there.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw
Modus
first.
memories.
Game on. 43.
Are you going to tell us?
Indeed, I will. I remember booking. I was going out for dinner with Anthony Dundas, who was spotting
80.
for us at the time, and we said, well, we were going to go out for dinner. I was doing the Friday, Saturday night. He was doing the Saturday night and doing into the next week.
140.
And I said, I'll tell you what, we'll go for dinner at TGI Friday. I'll go and book the table. So I booked the table, turned up, and I'd booked the TGI Fridays
140.
for Southampton West. Now, we were in Southampton Central, and Southampton West was about 2.5 miles away from where I thought I'd booked the
100.
TGI Friday for. So in the end, we had to go to an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet.
When does the funny
91.
bit start? That's probably one of the least funny stories I've ever heard.
100. Kevin, you require
Bet you're fun at
118.
parties. Anyway, Kevin Mills looking to get Hendo's number, but he's not going to take out the 118.
Well, at least I'd go to the right venue anyway, wouldn't I?
53.
So,
John, you require 90.
to double his lead. To break the throw.
Game shot on the second leg, John Henderson.
2-0 Hendo. 15 darter. Pinned
Third leg,
on
it's John
double
to the
15.
first. Game on. $108.
Hendo with his first max of the match, averaging here in excess of 104. 2-0 to the good. It's been an exceptional performance so far from the Highlander.
This is what we've been looking for, isn't it? It's been a very evenly balanced group so far on the evidence of the standard.
140.
But who was going to step up and take it up another level and say, I'm going to be the player to beat? And John Henderson may be doing that right here,
43.
right now.
Levels above, levels apart. I mean, we're very lucky that we get to
100.
see the players in the morning and they sometimes come up and speak to us. And I interviewed John this morning and I just got the sense of the beaming
78.
smile on his
John, you
face. He
require
looked very
81.
fresh, looked very eager for the challenge. He just looks in a very good place and his darts are seemingly representative of that.
Game shot on the third
And
leg,
it's a
John
12
Henderson.
darter to move 3-0 to the good, averaging 104.86. This
Fourth
is
leg, it's Kevin to go
staggeringly good
first.
stuff from the Scot.
Game on. $100.
Well, that treble now is looking like a magnet for Hendo.
140.
That's his 4th on 40 of the game.
$42.
Kevin Mills, well, it's been what he's been playing like all day. He's playing to the same sort of levels. He's just
140.
walking into, well, what could be the performance of the week here from John Henderson.
Well, even a player who's averaging 10 points more than
139.
Kevin Mills right now would find it very hard going. Henderson, 109.16, 6 starts on 2-2-1 to see off a 4-0 win.
60.
He had that really good performance, didn't he, at Double Trouble, where he averaged over 102 in a game. He has had
100.
highlight moments. He's had
Don't you require 160?
an average of in and around 110 in this building. This is to finish it off in some style. Not to be on this occasion.
83.
Well, surprised
Kevin, you
himself
require
by
120.
missing a target there because it's all going so swimmingly so far for Henderson. But he's going to get another opportunity to get the job
55.
done and
Don't you
confirm
require 78.
the first 10+ average of the week.
Double 12.
66.
But that is 2 match
you
starts that
require
have come and gone,
64.
and the average nose dies down to 103. And despite his scoring prowess, he's still only 3 from 10 on the doubles. So
30.
Mills isn't going to
Don't you
punish
require 12.
this to finally bring down an excellent performance. Stupendo
And the
from
match,
Hendo
John Henderson.
as he averages 100.2, the first 10+ average of the week to beat Kevin Mills by 4 legs to 0. He moves to within a couple of points of Danny Jansen, who he plays in the next round of fixtures. An excellent performance from the Highlander, playing the sorts of darts which saw him win the World Match Play title at the Barbican a couple of weeks ago. For Kevin Mills, where he was completely outscored in the game. That's why Henderson was afforded 12 opportunities at a double, of which he took 4. 1 out of 3 there. 100.2 the average, averaging 15 darts a leg. Everything about that performance was excellent from John Henderson. Coming up after the break, Jeroen Caron up against Crabtree. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Henderson with a 100.2 average, dismantling Kevin Mills by 4 legs to 0. That rounded off the third round of matches for the day. Henderson beating Mills 4-0, Jansen beating Crabtree 4-1, and Caron beating Thornton 4-3 in the third cycle of games. And this is how the table looks as we go into the final couple of rounds for the day. Jansen, top of the pile, 6 points to his name. He takes on John Henderson in this round of fixtures, whilst everybody else in the league find themselves on 2 points. That includes Sharon Caron and Cam Crabtree. The winner of this game will provisionally move up to P3 in the table, will leave themselves on the outside periphery, and will probably then be hoping for a John Henderson win against Danny Jansen in game 12 of the session. For Caron, he's played to a steady standard, got his first win last time out, made hard work of it in the end against Robert Ford. Had led 3-1, the Scot brought it back to a last leg decider before the Belgian got over the line. As for Cam Crabtree, it's been a bit of a head-scratching day so far. He's lost 2 out of 3. The game he did win in game 2, averaged 91, looked like maybe he had moved forward and press on from there, but then reverted back to type in a 4-1 defeat to Danny Jansen last time out.
Game on.
This may well be a hard game to call.
Yeah, and it depends what Crabtree we get. We've seen a bit of head shaking, a bit of slumped in the shoulders, a bit of the head down. Caron,
83.
I described him as very composed earlier on. The only time we've seen him lose that little bit of composure was when the finishing line came into sight against Robert Thornton.
108.
Did get the job done in the end. But Crabtree, if he's going to save his day, if he's going to feel positive about Monday's play, if he's going to feel good going into tomorrow, you feel he needs to win his last 2 fixtures.
100.
And possibly needs something special to go his way.
100.
Something incredibly special. And he's 6 darts into the 9.
This will be as special as it gets. What a way to turn around your day this would
58. Can you require
Wants this first one just on the bottom treble wire. And that's why he wanted it on the bottom wire ideally, because he likes to stack and build his darts on top with that flat entry. But it's not a 9, but it could be a breaker throw.
I'm going to say this now. His whole day could now hinge on this leg. If he loses this leg, it could be disastrous for him. But Caron is not going to do anything in return. This could be a potential 11 dart start. And that's a great guide.
32.
But he cannot clip it off the barrel. And the reason I say that is we've seen in the past a despondency to setbacks. And I think if he was on the 9 and he loses this leg, there is a possibility things could go awry.
125. Can you require 16?
If he is to lose a leg, it would rely a lot of misses,
first
and
leg.
that
Cam Crabtree
is not going to be the case. 13 darter there in the end for Crabtree.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Most important thing is he's got the breaker throw he's going to need.
Just needs to build up a head of steam now. 13 darts, a very good start.
$100. $134.
And how often do we see a performance like what we saw from John Henderson, averaging in excess of a ton, it then awakens another player?
100.
Is this what we're about to see from Cam Crabtree here? Because he's looking in the mood.
133.
He's looking very good. He's left himself a finish after 9. He got the break in leg 1. Going 7 deep into the 9.
60. Can you require 138?
And he's got 6 darts from here to open up a 2-0 advantage.
98.
And he's left himself tops after 12. Could be back-to-back 13s. And you may remember his first ever game on this stage, he averaged 13 darts a leg because he averaged 115.62 against Matt Jackson. He moonlighted the
60.
Moonwalk Man.
Can you require 40? Game shot on his second leg.
And you must
Cam
feel like
Crabtree.
he's walking with the Giants with this performance so far. 2-0 he leads, an average of 111.33.
leg, it's
And
Drew
this
into
is
the
more like a
reverse.
man who has been
Game
to
on.
the biggest game in this building.
When you've had a day like Crabtree's had, though, and your expectations of
60.
yourself are where Cam Crabtree has them, even this won't feel too positive because he'll be wondering, where was this earlier? Why am I doing this now? I
58.
can only end the day with 6 points. It's rescue mission rather than plan A.
$36.
And it does feel like Giroud has just been hit by the haymakers of Crabtree somewhat. Just looks like a first feeling of deflation, but it's elation that's ringing around the face of the Koidener. His second max of the match, his average 112.73. This is a special performance from a special player. He's not letting up.
100.
He's not letting up at all. And if he gets this done in 2, we could be talking about some very special things, some very special numbers, and maybe looking through the history
Can you
books.
require 83? $51.
Leaves it handy after 12. Caron so far back in this leg.
45.
Crabtree all the time in the world.
Game shot on the third
So in
leg.
the end, he
Cam
leads
Crabtree.
3-0, 107.36 the average.
In less than
Fourth
6
leg, it's Cam to
minutes,
throw first.
Crabtree is now a leg
Game on.
away. This is why he's so highly regarded. That is sat beautifully in the board. You expect him to find
140.
another one, and he does.
I think the reason sometimes
140.
that we can be more hypercritical of a player like Caron compared to most is because we know he has this in the locker. We know what he can do. His A game is up there with the biggest of beasts in this game. He's made a Pro Tour semi-final this year. He's made a Super Series Grand Final this year. And he's averaging here in excess of 111.
140.
You said that John Henderson's performance may well be the performance of the week. It may not even be the performance of the last couple of games.
60.
And that feels like the first dry scoring turn of this match. It probably isn't, but it feels like it.
140.
This would be some way to win the game, wouldn't it?
167.
Oh, and it's on. It's an ideal marker as well on the treble again. You're just
139.
expecting him to
Caron, you
plonk that on
require
top.
81.
That flat angle of entry can become a real weapon when you get in the bottom end of that treble. He's been taking a beating, hasn't he, Caron, for the entire game.
79.
And the game might
Can
be
you
about to be
require
over.
28.
Double 14. Wham!
Game shot on
Bam!
the
That
match.
was special,
Cam
Cam. A 4-0 win. A thumping and a dismantling of Jeroen Caron. An average of 107.36. And he is finally awoken to the party. Cam Crabtree beats Jeroen Caron by 4-0. He moves on to 4 points in the group. He's also evaporated his negative legs difference in the process. That was a special performance, a superb performance. He came to the party, he went 7 deep into the 9, and then never put his foot off the gas from that point onwards. Caron was effectively a passenger in that contest, a passenger to brilliance. Coming up after the break, Kevin Mills and Robert Thornton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're enjoying a magnificent Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A couple of games ago, John Henderson averaged 102, and Crabtree said raise that by averaging 107.36 and a 4-0 success against Caron before the break. And I suppose the question is going to be, how is Robert Thornton and Kevin Mills going to follow that? Well, Kevin was the man on the receiving end of that 4-0 toweling to Hendo a couple of games ago.
Kevin to throw first.
As for Thornton, it's been a day where he started off very well. He beat John Henderson by 4 legs to 2, and his performances
84.
ever since have gone in one direction, and that's been a downward curve. From an 89, it went down to an 83, and then down to a 79. But he kicks off this match with a max.
Well, the performances have gone through the roof recently, haven't they? John Henderson giving us that 100.20 average. Crabtree taking it up another notch there with 107.36. Can Thornton continue the trend here of 100-plus averages? Kevin Mills, we know he's got one in him. Certainly in regards to those levels he's shown on the challenge tour. Maybe not as consistently as he would like, which is what's sort of swaying his decision about whether he goes to Q School again or not this year. But he did say a good week here would change his mind in regards to his participation at Q School. And maybe when you look at some of the wins that he's managed to have.
60. Robert, you require 155.
That Jimmy Van Ski win certainly franking the form. Just should keep him very interested in regards to his hopes within the sport.
Kevin, you require 136.
Well, he's going to have to take this out, you feel, to save throw. He's not going to. And so Thornton should get 2 darts at his trusted tops
55.
to get the break right from the get-go. But he's missed 2 opportunities. And so Mills to save his throw. Gets 2 of his own at tops.
Game shot of first leg.
And in
Kevin
off
Mills.
and into a 1-0 lead. Kevin Mills takes the opening rubber against the Thorn.
Second leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on. $100.
I did see Robert Thornton lose his composure in that last game, didn't we? And he lost to Caron.
85.
What we tend to see from Robert is once he starts to lose his composure, he finds it very hard to regain it again. And he becomes very reactive to negative performance.
$38.
As we can see. And it all happens in front of the opponent. Kevin Mills will be seeing this in front of him. He'll be aware.
30.
Robert Thornton not quite pleased with his performance.
140. $85. Robert, you require.
Well, Thornton front ran in the first leg, was unable to get the job done. He's going to come back for 3 more at tops, having missed 2 of that target in leg 1 to level up. It was at this stage of the previous leg where the ascendancy began to change.
49.
Thornton missing opportunities
Robert,
and Mills picking the pieces up. Thornton isn't going to make the same mistake twice, and he levels up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $85.
Does it feel like with Robert these days, it feels very much on the day as to what he can ascertain and what he can achieve?
It shouldn't, but it does feel that way, doesn't it? And I suppose as age becomes a factor as well, there's a lot of repetitions, a lot of fatigue. Not saying that's an issue at the moment. It is only Monday, but we don't know what Robert's scheduling's been like until this point.
And Thornton has to play the 2 long days.
100.
He plays first and last today, thus he'll have to play first and last tomorrow. So he's going to have to play the long shift.
77.
And I can imagine that if he was able to pick his schedule, he'd like the game 3 and the game 13 slot
58.
every single day if he could.
Kevin, you require 122.
Well, for the first time, Kevin Mills has outscored Thornton in a leg.
46.
He's going to return for 76, but Thornton looking to put sufficient pressure on, forcing it to be a must go.
Kevin, you require 76. Game shot on the third leg. Kevin Mills.
Cleanly done. Mills leads 2-1. Not quite the swashbuckling displays of the previous games for Mrs. Henderson and Crabtree, but for Mills, if he can pick up 4 points after 4 matches,
95.
I think he'll be very pleased with his day's outing, possibly regardless of his last game against Caron, which probably before a dart was thrown was a game he thought was his best chance of winning.
140. 139.
I think one of the real positives here for Kevin is the firmness of now which the darts are going into the board. I did start a tally on my notepad earlier on regarding the amount of bounce outs that Kevin Mills was getting, because I felt that that could be quite a sizable talking point. But as the day's gone on, they've been reduced as he's starting to get a little bit firmer in the throat. It's a real positive here, and these are well thrown darts.
123.
But Thornton get himself in a spot of bother.
And Kevin really is growing with the task here.
140.
That sense of belief is very much there. However,
138.
as quickly as that belief could be installed, it's as quickly as it can evaporate. And Thornton's going to come back for 67 here to level this contest up at 2-2.
What you require, 67.
And would effectively be back to as you were. 88. 2 4s.
63.
But Mills is going to get a look in at this 90.
Kevin, you require 90.
Thornton missing opportunities to level up at 2-2. Mills have a chance at 90. 1 dart at 5-5 for a 3-1 lead in the break of foe. And it's an opportunity that's gone a begging.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
Thornton, last dart in hand, levels us up at 2-2.
5th flag, it's Kevin to throw first.
Never in doubt it was going to be 2-2, was it?
A little bit of fire there from Robert Thornton. A little bit of fight, which is good to see.
140. 100. 100. 100. 140.
Mills 121 for 3-2 lead.
134.
And Thornton is hot
Kevin,
on his tail.
121.
Double 14. Oh, spectacular.
On the 5th flag,
magnificent
Kevin
for Mills. A 1-2-1 to put it 3-2 to the good. A 12 darter.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And he may well be adding another big name scalp. He beat Caron Crabtree in his first game, and he's a leg away from deposing of the form. But the former World Seniors champion has an instant reply.
But context around what he could achieve here. When he beat Caron Crabtree, that was because Cam dropped the levels and Kevin
99.
took advantage. This isn't an under par Robert Thornton. This is a very good Kevin Mills. Could be a win against a big name player in a completely different context.
Averaging just under 95. 94.5 the average. 3 from 6 on his doubles. Ton plus checkout in there.
101.
And he's being forced to do this as well because Thornton himself is averaging just a shade under 90. And if it weren't for 8 missed darts at a double, it would be more.
140. Robert,
This
you
is
require
solid.
167.
He's going to get a chance. There's nothing Thornton can do. Kevin Mills should be at least getting a dart at the bullseye here.
81.
He should be getting a match dart. And I use the word
41.
should
Robert, you require 84.
because he's missed a big number. He's allowed Robert Thornton the opportunity.
62.
But he cannot take the
Kevin, you
opportunity.
require
And that
40.
might well be the last dart Robert Thornton throws in this match. Kevin Mills steps up for tops to seal a
Good shot.
4-2
And the match,
victory against
Kevin
Robert
Mills.
Thornton. And the last 2 legs were absolutely sublime. A 12 darter followed by a 13 darter to cross the finishing line with clarity. You might need that dart, Kev, a bit later on. I know you're good, but throwing with 2 is a dangerous game. Anyway, a 4-2 victory for Kevin Mills against Robert Thornton, doing so with an average of 94.58. 4 from 7 on the doubles. That 1-2-1 checkout put him 3-2 to the good and then sealed the game with a 13 darter in the next. Coming up after the break is a meeting of the top 2 players in the group as Danny Jansen and John Henderson go toe-to-toe. It's a big heavyweight battle after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Yeah, match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Mills got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2, averaging 94.5, 4 from 7 on his doubles, including a 1-2-1 checkout. Legs of 12 and 13 to see the contest through. It was a stupendous end to that game for Kevin to cross the line against the Fawn. Our 12th game sees the top 2 go toe-to-toe as Danny Jansen and John Henderson go head-to-head. Jansen, the only player preserving a 100% record in this group, 3 from 3 so far. He has a 2-point lead at the top of the table, but if he beats John Henderson, he'll have a 4-point gap on the rest of the field. From Henderson, from Crabtree, from Mills, and a 6-point gap for Messrs. Thornton and Caron. However, as always on a Monday, there's jeopardy. Because if Jansen loses this game, then Henderson will move on to 6 points level with the Dutchman. And there is a possibility that Henderson could go to the top of the table on legs difference. And then there's a chance that Crabtree could come into play. Henderson and Crabtree go toe-to-toe in their final game. Jansen finishes off the show against Robert Thornton. And it has to be said, even though Danny Jansen's won 3 from 3, based on the last performances, Henderson
108
is the form horse, averaging 100.2 against Kevin Mills. And doesn't look like he's going to be the type of player that, look, he may not average 100.2 again, but is going to drastically go down.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a real good ending to this Monday's play. It's been a good day. It's been a good standard. Not one player not showing signs across the day, and it's going to be
180.
quite a tricky one to assess.
Danny require 129.
There's still plenty more darts to go.
Game
Well,
shot
that's
in the
another
first leg,
stunner.
Danny Jansen.
Magnificence from the mullet, the double-double of the 129, a 12
Second
darter
leg,
to
it's
start.
John to throw first.
We are being
Game on.
treated to quality and abundance here. You said the standard is going up.
24.
We're coming up to the boil here.
$45. $96.
I wonder if Danny goes through the card today,
137.
whether he'll treat himself to a TGI Fridays.
$100. $97.
Perfect first dart from Hendo.
140.
You actually think about the way these two play. They're not the quickest, but they're not slow. They play at a fair pace. Their mannerisms probably suit one another. This is probably going to be
100.
a type of
Johnny
game that
require
both players
141.
will feel good in. They'll both fancy. Will suit each other's game. Now, Jansen in the last leg hit that superb 129. Is he going to
41.
back it up
Johnny
here with a
require
122?
122.
Would be for the break as well. Able to get. And so Henderson, who's already had a 106 today, is looking for a turn on the nose.
61. Johnny require 100.
And that eliminates any possibility of John Henderson being able to take it out at this opportunity. And it might be the only
40.
opportunity he
Danny
gets in this
require
leg.
61.
61 for a breaker throw. He's just hit this twice.
$52. Johnny
He was
require
unable to
60.
convert, and Henderson now has an opportunity to level this contest up. Two in his hand at tops. Only
shot
needs
on
the
the
one
second
into the
leg,
top
John
corner. Henderson levels us up 1-1.
Real intelligent dart there from
Third
John
leg, it's
Henderson as
Danny
well.
to the
Just shuffling
first.
across the hockey to
Game
open
on.
up the target. That's why the dart went in at a slightly angled entry.
100. $40. $40. $96.
Do you hear that, Henderson? He's still on this leg because Jansen hasn't really made too much hay so far.
92.
After what was quite a blockbuster start, it feels like it's been brought back to somewhat of a stalemate, this game.
99. $67. $140.
Henderson threatening the break of throws, left himself first to finish, 1-2-6.
105. John, you require 126.
He may be forced to take it out because Jansen's left himself on a two-darter. Bull.
101.
But not a beautiful
Danny,
bull for
require
John Henderson.
97.
And so Jansen to move 2-1 up.
73. John, you require 25. Game shot on the third leg. John Henderson.
Henderson gets the break. 2-1 he leads in this contest, and after the flourishing start of Jansen, things have just began to go awry for him. Now, no previous meeting here at the Super Series, but there was a meeting on the Challenge Tour between this pair earlier on this year. And Challenge Tour 2 came in the semi-finals, where Danny Jansen would go on to win by 5 legs to 3, averaging 95.28. That was during that burst at the beginning of the year where Danny Jansen was pretty much at the peak of his powers.
129.
Go on to win that final against Darryl Pilgrim by 5 legs to 3, averaging 96.37. I tell you what, the list of players he beat to win 94. That title. First round, Chris Quantock. Second round, Pete Burgoyne. Then he got wins against Wesley Plaisir, Kirsten Kiss, Charlie Martin, Ross Montgomery, that game against Hendo, and then beating Pilgrim in the final.
$29.
And I suppose that's been the irking question about Danny Jansen, was the start to the year was so good
58.
On both the Challenge Tour and the Development Tour that maybe there was 1 or 2 question marks when he wasn't able to follow it on in the second half of the year.
54. Danny, you require 106.
Sometimes it's hard to sustain when you've got something to lose all year rather than something to chase.
90. John, you require 138.
So special when those players hit the top and then stay there for a period of time, like Taylor did, like Van Gerwen did. And it's why there's not many examples of people that sustain that top spot for too long.
70.
Well, Jansen may not be on top spot for too long if he loses this contest. 1 dart at tops to make it 2-2, comes and goes. And
you require
Henderson,
40.
who got the break in the previous, has got 3 in his hand at tots to open up a 3-1 advantage.
Game shot on the fourth
Second
flag,
dart in
John
hand.
Henderson.
Henderson leads 3-1.
Fifth flag, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
If the previous win for Henderson was him at the peak of his powers, if he picks the points up here, will this be more of a professional performance from him?
Yeah, absolutely. Just timing things well, isn't he? Just doing more than Danny Jansen does, pretty much visit on visit. Even when Jansen does kick off with a 1-3-5.
60.
If John Henderson was to win this week, it would be the longest gap
80.
ever had between series wins. On Series 2, Week 12, beat Niall Cullerton in the final.
140.
Fallon Sherrick and Jared Cole, the other 2 semi-finalists on that Saturday night. Jared lost to Niall Cullerton in the semi-finals with an average in excess of 100. Henderson beat Sherrick in a rip-roaring semi-final. But that's not going to be a rip-roaring way of finishing off the match.
43. Danny, you require 88. $68. John, you require 78.
So this to seal the match. Not quite the sparkle of his previous performance, but it's been a real professional job this from John Henderson. When being given opportunities,
38.
he's by and large
Danny,
taken them, but he has
20.
squandered a chance to win the match right there.
No score.
But he will be back.
And you require 40.
Free it tots of Henderson. He only
Shot.
needs
And
the
the
one.
match, John Henderson.
And Danny Jansen's unbeaten record in this Group A comes to an end. John Henderson wins by 4 legs to 1, and it means we have co-leaders at the top of the league table. In fact, John Henderson goes above Danny Jansen on legs difference because of the margin of the score. A 4-1 win for the Highlander, the reigning World Seniors champion, against a man who came close to topping the Development Tour of Merit this year. So, to the final round of fixtures we go, and after the break, we are going to see the 2 ADC qualifiers in this group go toe-to-toe. Kevin Mills from Gwent in Wales takes on Caron of Belgium.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
Only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 with fouls.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, double 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 4 rounds of matches have been completed, and we have 2 leaders at the top of the table, and they are John Henderson and Danny Jansen. Henderson at the top of the pile on legs difference, following a 4-1 win against the Dutchman before the break. Cam Crabtree and Kevin Mills are on 4 points in the group, whilst in this uniformed league table, Robert Thornton and Caron have picked up 1 win apiece. And so to the final round we go, and for Kevin Mills, an opportunity to move on to 6 points and an opportunity to end a first day superbly. He takes on Caron, the ADC European qualifier, the reigning Benelux Trophy champion from Belgium in the Lowlands. His performances today haven't been too bad, but the story of his day has been a case of maybe not taking advantage of opportunities. Last time out, there wasn't really much he could have done. He looked sucker punch. He looked punch drunk against Cam Crabtree, who averaged 107.36 against him. But in his other games, he's had glimmers. He's had opportunities. And if he walks away from Monday here at the Live Lounge with just 1 win, he'll be scratching his head as to why, and probably in his mind be reflecting on opportunities where things
First
could have
leg,
gone
it's Kevin
differently.
to throw first. Game on.
I think for both these players, though, they came into this group and into this campaign, knowing the quality of the players they was up against, and probably thinking, well, if I can get into a Group B, that would be a success. But both, as expected at the start of the day, playing dangerous starts, worrying the big hitters of this group. And I think these two are going to throw down and have quite a good little head-to-head battle over the next couple of days.
140.
Certainly, Kevin Mills continuing where he left off at the back end of the last game. A hat-trick of 140s in that deciding leg. In fact, to make that the last 6 visits scoring for Kevin Mills have all been 140s.
How many times do we see a player like Kevin, whose numbers, yeah, they're okay, but then when they get onto this stage, they tend to find another gear, that this environment just suits them and brings the best out of them.
Absolutely. You get the same with the Pro Tour as well, when you get those proper conditions to which you can play your darts.
27.
I've played this year on the circuits, and, well, I think the best way to describe it is eye-opening.
119.
Because all I've been used to was Pro Tour and environments like here at the Super Series, and actually you can see why when some players come away from that into the professional game or into this international
79.
platform that we have here at the Super Series, you can see that those conditions produce new levels.
39.
That was a long way off.
You require 150.
Well, the bounce out is nothing new for Kevin Mills. Well, that would have been a steal if Caron took out the 150 there.
118.
But he has left himself from double 16 if Kevin cannot convert tops. Now double 10.
Game shot
And
on
it
the first
goes.
leg.
The
Kevin
man
Mills.
from Gwent has a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Well, he sits on his cup, and I think that cup is going to be half full by the end of play today. I feel like whatever
60.
happens in this match, when you consider the wins he's got, some of the performances he's put in, and some of the scalps that he's obtained today, he'll walk out of this building
83.
a very happy man, Kevin Mills.
We have had a lot of interactions, haven't we, today, from
121.
friends and people who have played with or against Kevin Mills to let us know the levels that he can
41.
produce. I was hoping that he'd come here and produce those at the Super Series, and he's certainly shown us some very interesting signs.
60.
I'm sure they'll find your comments about Kevin very positive. No anti-agenda from you, Matt.
He's done well on debut here. I mean, Caron has been here before. He's got a bit of experience, but not much. Just that one appearance, the Super Series,
95.
of which I thought he acquitted himself very well, and continuing to do so here, despite not picking up too many results. But Kevin Mills, that is the 6th time so far on his debut day that he has managed to hit the maximum visit.
And Jeroen Caron must be thinking, what is happening again? He got hit by a 107
125.
by Caron Crabtree in his
Kevin, you
previous
require
match, and
57.
Kevin Mills here is putting in his best performance of the day thus far against him. And he's going to get 2 darts at tops for the break. He only needs the
Shot on
one. It's a
second leg,
14
Kevin
darter.
Mills.
To get over the line against Thornton, he posted a 12 and a 13 darter.
Third leg, it's Kevin
To
to throw
kickstart
first.
this game, he's had a 17 and a 14. The last 4 legs, he's been playing at a standard in excess of a ton.
60.
If he plays to this level on a consistent basis, he is going to be a lively contender, a dangerous
45.
threat. Of that, there's no doubt about it. The big question, the glaring question, there always is with a debutant is,
140.
you almost play with a bit of freedom on your first day. Is how does day 2 respond? That's going to be the big question now with Kevin.
$100. $140.
He's getting better. His average has moved in excess of a ton. He's going to get plenty of time from 161.
$60. Kevin, you require 161.
Powerful, dominant performance here from Kevin Mills.
102.
Leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12. Again, not for the first time I'm going to say this, but Caron needs a max. He's been a bit unfortunate today. He's had a lot of darts just inside that treble 5.
$39.
And I know it's easy to say this when he's playing players that have averaged 107 and Mills now his average nose dives below the ton. I know this is a very easy observation to make, but it's been too many legs altogether today where Giroud has found himself
20.
chasing.
$16.
And Giroud should,
Giroud, you
after
require
15 darts, be on
141.
something far more makeable than the 141. He's unable to take it, so Mills will come back for double 2 to open up a 3-0 lead in this contest.
101. Kevin, you
Leaves
require
himself on tops
4.
in case there's a mishap from Mills. Madhouse. And they felt nervy, they
Giroud,
felt
you
tight,
require
and it
40.
almost felt like for a second he realised what he was about to do.
Game shot on the third leg.
Quality
Drew
from Caron.
Caron.
He's been on the back foot for the most part of this match. Gets one opportunity at a double to keep
Fourth
himself
leg,
in the
it's Giroud to throw
contest.
first.
Finds a double 16, gets the break back, returns the game to
Game
throw, and suddenly from nowhere he's very much in this contest and brings it back on throw, as I said before.
$33. $60.
We get to learn a lot about a player over the week here at a Super Series, and what we're going to see now is how does Kevin Mills respond to a setback? How does he respond to
100.
that moment where he had multiple opportunities to be 3-0 up and throwing for the match? Instead, it's back to game on.
100.
Back to square one.
$100.
And suddenly it feels like the ascendancy in this game has shifted the other way. Mills had that magnificent spell. Missed the opportunity to go 3-0 up. He's hit a max there. And up until that max, it felt like Caron was just beginning to get the situation back under control.
58. Kevin, you require 161.
He wasn't able to take out the 161. He's going to leave himself on a 2-darter. It may well be a case of all's well but ends well after those plethora of missed doubles in the previous leg. If he gets the break here, he throws for the match.
90. Kevin, you require 71.
But Giroud will be mindful of the misses that Mills is beginning to rack up in this contest. One dart at tops.
51.
One dart that's missed.
Turin, you require
And from 2-0 behind and seemingly a bystander in this contest, the Belgian Jeroen Caron looks at 120 to level up. He should get a dart from here. Will get a dart at tops.
80.
And was a width of a
Kevin, you
wire away
require
from climbing
20.
the ladder.
Game shot on the 4th flag, Kevin Mills.
And Mills gets the break again. He leads 3-1, has the darts for the match. And at the beginning of the
flag,
day,
it's
if you
Kevin to
offered
throw
Kevin
first.
Mills 6 points,
Game on.
3 wins, I think he would have snapped your hand off for it.
87.
In terms of Jeroen, hasn't played
96.
bad, as we mentioned all day long. Will he just put it down to one of those days where when it came to the crunch, he wasn't quite there, but there's enough in terms of performances
100.
for him to take some positives going into the rest of the week?
He's played well. He's just A, in a very tough group here this week, and B, just like you say, lost those real key exchanges.
58.
But the danger is when you've played decent and lost, you then start to feel you need to do more.
134.
And that's the danger that could happen here for Caron. He's going to make sure he doesn't get in that mindset where he goes, right, I've got to up it tomorrow. Because actually, if he plays the same, it would be no surprise to see him walk away with quite a few victories.
81.
And the group is still tight enough that a perfect day or close to a perfect day tomorrow doesn't put him out of any equation.
60.
There's a possibility that at the end of the day, we could have 4 players on 6, a player on 4, and a player on 2 points in the group. And that'd be as tight as it possibly can get in a Group 8.
$128. Kevin, you require 126.
To finish it with a bit of a
Kevin, you require
flourish.
120.
He's already had a 1-2-1 today. Is he going to finish off by climbing the ladder? Not on this occasion.
55. Jeroen, you require 140.
Brings it down to a possible 2-darter. Caron needs 3 perfect. He doesn't find any. So Kevin Mills,
65.
for his 3rd victory of the day.
Double 16. Now double 8.
57.
2 match darts have come and gone.
Jeroen, you require 96.
And because of the almost resignatory previous visit for Jeroen, 96 is what he's looking at. But 96 may well be what he gets. Because he gets the double AT, clips it off the barrel of the first dart of that target to break the throw of Mills, to bring it back to 3-2, and to once again bring it back on throw.
First. Game on. $140.
And Caron beginning to pose a few more sizable questions upon Kevin Mills.
78. $43. $60.
This game hitting a bit of a stalemate. Am I right in saying it just doesn't look like Jeroen is fully settled right now?
44.
I think that'd be a fair assessment. He's probably in that no-win situation, though, here, where even if he is to win this game, he'll feel that he's not had his rewards for the day's play. But that becomes an if he can win this game now, because Kevin Mills has fired in his 3rd maximum of this match.
60.
His 8th of the day. And he's put himself in a good position here to get the breaker thrown and to get the job done.
90.
He's himself on 93. And it's felt like for Giroud, this performance has been an amalgamation of what's happened previously today. There's only so many haymakers
57.
one can have
Kevin, you
before they then
require
get hit on the
93.
canvas, and that's what it's looked like for Caron in this final game. He has left himself on a finish, but this is Mills' moment.
53.
He's going to leave
Kevin, you
himself on
require
tops and hope that
157.
Caron does not carry on this game by finishing out the 157, by taking out the 157. He's not going to do so.
$97. Kevin, you
So
require
this
40.
is for 3 wins from 5 on his debut day at the Super Series. Double 4. And eventually Kevin Mills gets over the line. And it's a debut day he can be so proud of. 3 wins from 5. He'll be ecstatic with the points tally. He'll also be happy with some of the scalps that he's got along the way. Crabtree and Robert Thornton, 2 of the players that he defeated. The 3rd one being Giroud and Caron there by 4 legs to 2. That's the tail of the tape from our 13th game of the day. Coming up after the break, well, this is a bit of a heavyweight encounter, isn't it? John Henderson takes on Crabtree. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Kevin Mills has ended his first day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with 3 wins from 5. The ADC qualifier from Gwent in Wales, making an instant impact on the south coast of England. Next up, a meeting between the Highlander of Scotland against a man from Croydon who looks like he's in the middle of his lunch. Sorry to interrupt you, Cam, from your sandwiches and your cup of tea. There's a big game in offing here in match 14 of our day as he takes on John Henderson. Both of these players have had the best performances of the day. Hendo, 100.2 in a 4-0 win against Kevin Mills. And that was followed up in the immediate next game by Crabtree beating Caron by 4-0, averaging 107.36. 4 from 10 on the doubles. If these two live up to type, we may well have not just the game of the day, but one of the best games we've ever seen on the Super Series stage.
87.
We have seen John Henderson since that 100 average. He did manage to pick up another victory. That was against Danny Jansen, the man who was unbeaten at the time. This is the first time we're going to get to see Crabtree since that big performance in the last. Is that going to be the moment that's refocused him? Going back to what we know he's capable of.
140.
Ideal dart. Not used. That's what we expected with dart number 2 there. The angle of entry you could see there for Crabtree, very flat. Which
42.
can become a bit of a weapon in certain areas of the board. Double 16, double 10. Certainly when you can build and stack on top like that.
One previous meeting between these two came in a Players' Championship in the September of last year. Henderson losing out to Crabtree by
90.
6 legs to 5 on that particular occasion. Two players that certainly benefited from Pro Tour call-ups over the last 12 months or so. Henderson saying he's enjoying the best of both worlds. He'll enjoy this 142 if it goes.
120.
But the double 11 goes astray.
You require 116. $76. John, you require 22.
Left himself tops. Is he going to get a go? Hendo, one dart in his hand at double 4. Last dart in hand, Hendo finds. When he's needed to, he's been clinical, Hendo. If he wins this game, he'll move on to 8 points. He'll put himself in a very good position. And there is a possibility
140.
that Henderson and Jansen could pull clear at the end of the first day's play if they win their final 2 games, or win their final games in the final 2 games of the day.
100.
Henderson for the assignment of Crabtree here. Jansen takes on Thornton in the final match of the day.
134. $140. $57.
Crabtree 6 and 170 to level up at 1 apiece.
It's one of our quick-fire questions, isn't it, on the YouTube channel and TikTok? If you want a 170 and your opponent's not going to finish, do you go for it or do you lay up?
134.
We nearly got another answer to the question there.
86.
I'd imagine it depends on whether it's to beat Gary Anderson. This to level up.
72.
No one's doing that.
This for the break. This for 2-0. Crabtree's missed a dart to level up. But he's not going to get punished for it. But
14.
he's not in a favourable part of the board. However, because his darts lay low like that, he can use that as a marker,
7.
but he had nothing anywhere near. He cuts a forlorn and frustrated figure. And Henderson steps in. He gets the break and leads 2-0.
He'll be disappointed with that, Crabtree. He's managed to hit 4 trebles out of his opening
Third
6
leg,
starts.
it's John to throw first.
He opened up a gap of around about 130 points. And somehow managed to lose the leg.
140.
This is what John Henderson is so good at. Builds up a lead and is so good at protecting it. When he is in front, he is such a good front runner. He's so hard to peg back.
$134.
Killer instinct begins to come to mind. Crabtree had
57.
one opportunity in terms of the match to level up at 1 apiece. Didn't take it. Hendo took his chance, and now he's really beginning to put his foot on the throttle.
93. $60. John, you require 134.
Time on the side of Hendo.
94.
Who here is averaging 95.5, 2 from 5 on the doubles. This has been a really good day.
John, you require
Even in the game
40.
he's lost so far today to Robert Thornton, he averaged 90 in that match. Everything has been so solid about Hendo.
20.
But he has missed
you
3
require
chances there.
144.
And Crabtree wanted this 144 earlier for the 9 darter. And just like that attempt, he's unable to find. But he'll do the next best job of leaving himself
John, you
double 8
require 20.
if Henderson cannot take this chance.
Game shot on the third
Seized
leg,
upon,
John Henderson.
and Henderson leads 3-0.
Makes you think how much
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw
that
first.
Andreas Harrison moment where Crabtree was about to pick up his biggest prize check ever, the £25,000. He was a dart away.
77.
We've sat up here and certainly on the influencers event when he watched that clip go back around and he'd mention about the sizable amount of money that 1-2-1 from Andreas Harrison cost him. He's not really been the same since that moment here at the Super Series. He has come here, he dropped from a Group A into a Group C, didn't get through that Group C and was one of the real shock admissions from that week's finals night lineup. And then he's not producing again here. If he loses to John Henderson, it will just be 4 points from a possible 10 on day 1. And he'll have to go through the card either tomorrow or Wednesday to play himself back into contention.
100.
You can tell things have gone bad since that Champions League performance. He's been sat in a commentary box. How much fun was he to commentate with?
Oh, it's a good laugh.
96.
We had a few interesting conversations. Talking about that final when he sort of gave a bit of insight into what it was like watching back the clips.
Just don't come after my job, Cam. But I'm sure you'd much prefer to sit with him on a daily basis than me. Double 16 to reduce the gap to 3-1.
12. John, you require 164.
Well, this for the match.
To do it in style.
139.
The bullseye goes a begging for
Cam, you
Hendo.
require 32.
Double 16. He's missed 7 at a double in this match. And that may well be the final miss.
John, you require
That may well be the final chance he gets. Henderson back for 25. Double 12. To make it 4 wins out of 5.
13.
But he
Cam,
has
you require
missed
32.
3 match starts. And Crabtree is being given opportunities here he wasn't getting earlier on in the contest.
shot
And
of fourth
eventually
leg,
he
John
takes a
Crabtree.
dart at double. He eventually finds double 8. But it's only a leg on throw.
Fifth
Henderson
leg,
has
it's
the
John to
darts
the
here to see the
reverse.
job through.
Game on.
He's getting back up to the commentary box, I think.
54.
Yeah, I did have a word with Cam, and he told me that you taught him everything you know.
Which means I taught him nothing.
95.
He said it took him about 30 seconds and then he was off. Apparently you was going to tell him everything you knew over dinner, but you didn't even get to the car before you ran out of information.
59.
Well, to be honest, there's probably points a day where he'd be better off sat in the commentary box and I was better off throwing the darts for him.
41. 100.
Still in there, though. Still got an opportunity. Henderson not been able to put him away as of yet.
60.
And we do know how quickly these games can flip-flop. And suddenly for me, if Crabtree gets the break, brings it back to 3-2, we suddenly have a contest on our hands.
When he missed those 3 darts at double 16, you could see the look on his face. He thought it was over. He thought it was done.
Can you require 67?
However, he's only going to get one chance to win this leg, you feel. Only one dart at double 16.
51.
Doesn't take it.
John, you require 69.
This is to finally get the job done. One dart at tops.
49.
And John Henderson now has missed darts to win this match in consecutive legs. Cam Crabtree keeps getting lives. More lives than a Persian cat. And his claws are still in the contest. It's back to 3-2. John Henderson has squandered opportunities to win this game in consecutive legs. And Crabtree's still in it.
Game on.
That is the face of a man pondering right now, isn't it? He's looking at the scoreboard, he's looking at the situation, and there may just be a little bit of panic creeping in here for the Highlander.
84.
He'll certainly be relieved to have found a big treble with their last dart in hand.
60.
But this is also the stage in one of these contests where the player that gets themselves back into it, and they look like they're out of it, and it comes back to 3-2, and they have the dart to take us
93.
all the way, where suddenly the psyche changes from it feels like it's over, but I'll give a good fist of it, to then, oh, actually, I can win this game now.
97. 96. 140.
Henderson was 3-0 up in this contest, had darts to win this game 4-0, had darts to win this game 4-1. And it looks like from here it's a match that's going to go to a deciding leg. Crabtree's got 6 and 144 to take us the distance.
88.
And he's going to leave himself on a single to double upon his return. Hendo can only hit and hope. But he's done the hitting bit. He has told Cam Crabtree, you have to hit this right now, otherwise the game might be up. Double 10. Last dart in hand. And we go the distance. From 3-0 up, Cam Crabtree has taken us to a last leg decider. Henderson has had darts to win this game in 2 of the 3 legs that he's found himself on the hill. And now he may find himself on the back foot. But that's a great start to the last leg.
Almost perfect start there for Henderson. Ask Crabtree the question. Can he respond?
96.
Keeps him interested, keeps him hopeful. But it also keeps it in the hands of Henderson. Tricky.
96.
At the beginning of this leg, Kendo would have been thinking finish after 9. Leave a finish after 9. Get out in 15, you probably get the job done, but Cam's hit a max.
And they was thrown with pace and purpose there from Crabtree. Threw him a little bit quicker.
117.
Very audible there from John Henderson in his reaction.
105.
Definitely just playing with pace and freedom here, isn't he, Crabtree? Probably a chance he didn't expect. But he's going to get a chance to approach the jockey with an opportunity to win the match.
And he's going to have to take it because Henderson has left himself at a double after 12. What a crescendo to this contest. Crabtree needs to find a treble here. Big dart. Just underneath. And so John Henderson comes back for double 4 to eventually cross the finishing line. He's had darts to win 4-0 and 4-1, and he eventually crosses a line 4-3. He staves off the comeback of Caron Crabtree, and John Henderson is going to finish day 1 on 8 points. He's going to finish the day top of the table, regardless of what happens in the game between Danny Jansen and Robert Thornton next. That's how Henderson crossed the line, eventually beating Caron Crabtree in 7. Coming up after the break, Robert Thornton and Danny Jansen rounds off today's action.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, it sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Final game of the day here at the Modus Super Series, and what a Monday it has been. What a treat it has been, and it's a shame that it's coming to a culmination here, if the truth be told. Danny Jansen and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe in game 15 of 15, and regardless of what happens in this match, John Henderson is going to finish the day at the top of the table. 8 points to his name, 4 wins and 5. He got the better of Caron Crabtree by 4 legs to 3 before the break. He led 3-0. Crabtree took us all the way to a decider before Henderson eventually crossed the finishing line. For Robert Thornton, it's been a bit of a head-scratching day. There's been some good bits. There's been some bits that have been on and off. I suppose it sums up the inconsistencies, which has been something that he's been talking about in recent times. But for Danny Jansen,
game on.
He lost previously to John Henderson, but throughout the course of the day, has played at a level that in this format will bring you so much joy. And thus, it has for him.
Yeah, it's been decent throughout the day for Jansen. He's certainly going to be in contention at the end of day one, which is all you can do, really. You can't win it on day one, but you can lose it.
100.
And a defeat here for Robert Thornton. He would probably feel like he has lost it. Probably feel like too much to have to chase down. Certainly in a group like this where everyone is of a level where you could end up losing that game.
81.
We get some weeks, don't we, where you get a player that go, right, I'll beat them, I should beat them, I should win that. And I've only got to try and beat those two.
56.
Not this week. Everyone in here is dangerous.
I don't think the league table is going to be fully representative of that by the end of the day. Maybe because of the fact that Kevin's won 3 out of 5. But you look at today's action, the 4-0s have only been in the games where
45.
players played in excess of themselves. It wasn't because of somebody being off the boil or off the pace. I don't know about you, but it feels like already this is a group that somebody's going to go out and win, if you get where I'm coming from.
105. Robert, you require 58.
Well, that was an attempt at Big 18 to leave his favourite tops. Instead, double 11's not going to bail him out. And he's made an absolute
56.
mess.
Danny, you require 20.
Jansen to break the throw.
He must have saw that, Danny Jansen, and thought, thank you very much. And then he takes out the double 10 to get the break of Thornton to lead 1-0.
Danny to throw first. Game on.
Well, but given his own bit of analysis there as to where he thought it went wrong in that previous
92.
turn. Remember, highlights of this session will be available immediately after play concludes on the Super Series
32.
YouTube channel. Don't forget to click the subscribe button. There's plenty of bonus content for you on there, including the live action 6 days a week. There you go. Click that button. Plenty
85.
of bonus content, including a Formula 1 challenge, which was very, very fun. However, I will give you a word of advice on that. If you are watching that video, put the volume on a little bit quieter than you would for most videos. It gets a little bit loud.
79.
I take it you was commentating on it, was you?
Well, it wasn't Corin Hammond.
58. 93. 46. Danny, you require 152.
152 for Jansen for 2-0 lead. Been dominant. And that was almost beautiful for the mullet.
$49. Danny, you require 32.
Two fours,
Game's on the
2-0.
second leg.
He had to
Danny
play
Jansen.
for a time, but the last thing Danny Jansen would have wanted to have done was made it harder work than what it was.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
But how many times have we seen this from Robert Thornton when it comes to that final game of the day? It just really struggles to find the
96.
range, and this at the moment is sub 70.
And the problem Robert's got as well is he's got to play first and last tomorrow. And the bad news for Robert is the player that he's got to play last tomorrow is John Henderson. So 2 of his hardest games are going to come in that last match of a day for him.
93. $44.
We all but feel like today has been a day filled with missed opportunity, particularly because of the fact he won the first match of the session.
85.
Absolutely. And that might be the only win he gets if he's not able to turn this one round against Danny Jansen. And that's something we've not seen so far today. We've seen a lot of things. We've seen some
46.
big finishes. We've seen a lot of 180s. We've had 2 averages over a ton, but we've not had a game yet where a player has been a few legs behind
100.
and been able to turn it around. And that, again, is just testament to the standard that when a player gets in front, they stay in front. They don't give you that opportunity to get back in the game. This could be opportunity dwindling away for Robert Thornton. He did throw first in his leg. Jansen got a great
9.
opportunity now for
Danny,
a
you
double
require
break of throw.
129.
6 darts from 129.
And remember what happened last time. Doesn't have to go double-double, though, this time. He'll go a bit more conventional.
93. 89.
Leaves himself on tops to get the double break of throw and a 3-0 lead in this contest.
28.
Thornton almost a
Danny, you require
wave of the right
40.
flag, almost a concession of this leg. It's just not materialised for the Fawn. But the mullet
35.
can't stand Paul
Robert, you
over
require
it.
155.
Thornton scored 37 in his last 2 visits combined.
97.
That followed a
Danny,
44 and a
require
46,
5.
so I didn't have too much confidence in him taking that opportunity.
But if Jansen misses this,
Game shot on the third
Thornton had a
leg.
tangible
Danny
chance. And that's a good dart when you consider the double 2 low on the board. His darts stand up to attention. A miss
Fourth leg. It's Danny to throw
on
first.
the outside can be awkward,
on.
but he worked around that dart well. He leads 3-0.
39.
Be a bit harsh to say it's a formality from here, but when you look at the way these two are playing, you feel like he's one leg from being home and hosed.
54. 57. 24.
It's just not happening. And as a player, everybody, when you sit in these commentary boxes, say you've got to have that killer instinct, you've got to have that killer instinct. But when you've got somebody of the like and the ilk of Robert Thornton playing like he is, does it become more
45.
difficult inherently without, in your mind, wanting it to be that way, if you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, they are hard games to win. When you can sense the
92.
opportunity, when it's literally all on you, because that's what it is right now. Robert Thornton thrown 9 darts and he's barely out the 400s.
60.
It is probably going to be Robert Thornton's worst performance of the week, because I can't imagine it's going to get any worse than this for Robert Thornton.
99.
But the good news for him is it may be over soon.
For Jansen, he hasn't even he's not even
60.
averaging 80, but he's been able to have such an air of comfortability in this contest. But he may well finish with a flourish. Tops of the 114.
74.
Clips the wire.
Feel like he's got as much time as he wants here. Danny Jansen.
60.
He's got a guaranteed
Danny require
6.
40.
To still a comfortable 4-0 win. 5 doesn't decide to go for it.
No
Decides
score.
to bust the score.
$140.
Ironically, that's
Danny,
Thornton's
you
best score of the
require
game.
40.
And it may well be the last turn of the
Game
game
shot
because Danny
on the
Jansen
mat.
takes out
Danny
the tops
Jansen.
for a 4-0 win against Robert Thornton. He'll finish the day on 8 points. Robert Thornton will finish on 2. A disappointing display to end the day for the form, but for Danny Jansen, a delightful day for the Dutchman. The mullet, 4 wins from 5, soaking it in. He looks so cool, so calm, and he was so composed at times. Danny Jansen beats Robert Thornton 4-0 in our last game of the day.
To the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt his older being out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man. Marvin Van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth has been completed. Myself and Matthew Ray could be watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we've watched. A superb day for Danny Jansen and John Henderson, both winning 4 out of 5 on the opening day. Hendo will lead the league table. We've seen some superb performances. Henderson with a ton plus average, Crabtree of 107 average. It was a really, really good first day's play here in Portsmouth. Matt's been watching it all in the commentary. Well, it's only one place to start. That is with John Henderson. He's the man who's top of the table on legs difference overnight, despite that win for Danny Jansen against Robert Thornton before the break. Just give some thoughts and summations as to how you felt he played today.
Reactive. And that's the biggest compliment you can give anybody. When you're reactive to a situation, when you're reactive to play. So many times John Henderson had someone hit something big against him, he hit something bigger. He needed a finish, a 78, a 62, a 74. They went. Reactive play for John Henderson won the day, and he won all the key moments. And it was a real good testament to him, especially considering the day started with a defeat.
I just want to talk about his demeanour, the way he looked on stage, because he walked in this morning looking so fresh. He's just won a big title at the match play. He's almost drawing upon these confidences of winning big titles, and he looks like a big figure here now on this stage.
What that is that's the continuum. Now, that is the fact he's playing so regular, whether it is Challenge Tours with Pro Tour call-ups, everything he's doing, he's playing regular darts. So everything just feels like it's part of a season for him. He's not having big gaps of 3 weeks, 4 weeks between games, where then you start to build up to something. He just stays ready. And it's easier when you are ready and you stay ready rather than trying to get ready for something. And he just hits the ground running, and I've been really impressed with what we've seen.
In terms of Danny Jansen, I think there was possibly 1 or 2 question marks about him going into this week. Had a great start to the year. Maybe the second half of 2024 not going to plan. But in terms of the way he played today, he played at this really consistent, attainable level, which was very, very hard to beat.
And that's Danny Jansen. And that's what we've seen from him so far today. And I reckon we're going to see that as we move forward as well, with flashes of brilliance, moments, special moments. I mean, the 129, double 18, double 18, a special moment that Danny Jansen is capable of. And now he's learning how to gel those together. One thing that he was good at, certainly when he picked up his Pro Tour title, he got that tour card. When he started off on his journey into the professional game, he had these flashes and these amazing, but he had a great A game, but there was nothing else.
And I think what we're seeing now is the development of Danny Jansen to be able to produce something beneath that A game and then just having flashes to it.
And is it also fair to say that we actually forget the fact he's only 22 years of age? He's still a very young player. We're talking about players 24, 25 as developing players, that actually he's still got a long way to go in this game, even though he's achieved so much so early.
And I think sometimes you can be hindered by your success, and he's a case point for that. You know, he's hindered by the success he had early, where actually, if we look at that and put him on a continuum of a timeline, and judge him only by his own levels, actually, that is a really good foundation. We shouldn't see that as the pinnacle. We shouldn't see that as some, can he regain this? It should all just be part of the journey and part of the stepping stone and the staircase into ultimately the player he could become.
One player who'll be very happy about his day's work is Kevin Mills. On debut, the ADC Vault qualifier showed glimpses of brilliance, particularly in that game against Robert Thornton. He'll walk away from here today with a couple of big scouts with a big smile on his face.
He should do. I've been really impressed with Kevin Mills. You know, when he comes in here and he looked a bit edgy before any darts was played. The darts was going in. I started a tally in the commentary box on bounce outs because the way in which he was throwing the darts, the way in which the darts was hitting the board, I expected to see a lot. And we got lots early. We had 6. But then as the day got into it, he started throwing the darts a little bit firmer. He started moving the arm with a bit more freedom, and they stopped. The bounce out stopped. So I think he's got a lot of positives. We've seen him evolve before our eyes today. How much further can we see him evolve is the big question.
In terms of Jeroen Caron, he was the outsider before dart was thrown, but we felt like that was an unfair estimation of his talent, his ability, because he won the Benelux trophy. The performances on paper, the numbers probably that we'll look at tomorrow will represent a half-decent day. But did it feel like when push came to shove, he didn't quite have the answers?
No, all the key moments. When the key moments came, when he got to the point of winning a game, when he got to the point of hit something here, you take control, he was wayward. It wasn't just he missed on the wire. He actually missed by a distance, darts going in the 5. Now, I do think he'll settle as the week goes on. He's going to play a part in this group. We've seen him have a win already. I think he's going to cause more surprises. I don't think he's going to get himself into the Group B contention on the evidence of what we're seeing today, but I think he's going to cause a few upsets.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the end of the first day's play, because Danny Jansen is behind John Henderson. Both of them on 8 points, both on +8. But Hendo, because he's won more legs today, will be top of the table going into tomorrow. Kevin Mills in 3rd place, 6 points. Really good opening day. But the players in P4 and the players in P5, Caron Crabtree and Robert Thornton, they're both going to be scratching their heads and possibly with some wounds to lick tomorrow.
It's a familiar story, unfortunately, for these two players. We've seen this before, them both drop into Group C and not be successful. So they'll be disappointed with it, but there might also be an element of panic kick in here, because it's okay to come here and get it wrong once. But when you're a player with the pedigree and the quality and the expectations that you have of yourself and what other people have of you, you don't want it to be twice.
Fancy a TGI Friday?
No.
Probably for the best, because we put the wrong place. Matt, thank you so much for your company today. Thank you so much for your company as well. Be back tomorrow morning for 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how day 2 develops here at the Modus Super Series. But as far as day 1 is concerned, the Highlander is up and running. Bye from us.